A warm welcome to our online audience. Now, rather than just talk about artificial intelligence, I thought I'd bring someone along. Ladies and gentlemen, meet my avatar, created today to introduce today's conference to you both here in the room and online. And don't worry, he's been briefed to stay on message and keep it to 5 minutes.
Welcome all to the Centre for Army Leadership 2025 Conference on Leadership and Artificial Intelligence. Our online audience from across the world joins the 200 invited guests at Chatham House in central London for today's event. Together we are a whole force group from across defence, also joined by ex-sector colleagues, Centre for Army Leadership Fellows and academics from around the world. A special welcome to the British Army units watching online. They will be working their way through special activity packs designed by the Centre for Army Leadership team in collaboration with the NCO Academy. We hope you find them useful in your leadership development. Artificial intelligence, or AI, has been described by some as the Army's machine gun moment, while the latest Strategic Defence Review referred to AI as an immediate priority for force transformation. AI literacy is how our leaders will accelerate innovation to stay relevant in the operating environment and prepare the Army for the unfair fight. This conference will enrich our understanding on the subject and contribute to the Centre for Army Leadership's work on the revised Army Leadership Doctrine and Leader Development Programmes. This conference aims to get to the heart of several topics. First, the evolving relationship between leadership and AI, with a focus on its application on the battlefield. However, we will also look at how AI can assist leaders in barracks and at staff. Second, the opportunities for leaders as AI reshapes the information landscape, decision-making environment, and ethical context. Third, the role of leaders in developing the culture, policies, and skills to act rapidly on AI-driven outputs. Fourth, the role of leaders to navigate complex AI challenges, including practical, legal, cultural, and ethical challenges of integrating AI in the doctrinal model of decision-making in a battlefield setting. Finally, our speakers and panelists will also help us understand the real impact of AI and assess to what extent this new technological phase is revolutionary and how the human element will continue to be central to outstanding leadership. Today will consist of keynote addresses and panel discussions to develop ideas and add new perspectives. Our speakers are academics, practitioners, and business leaders with a healthy mix of military and civilian contributors, all with a breadth of experience unrivaled in the field. They will guide us through the application and impact AI is having. The morning will help us define the potential of AI and its impact on the workplace, teams, and leaders, while in the afternoon we will continue our discussions by bringing the focus onto defence with the opportunities and challenges that AI offers. We will discuss practical applications of AI and their ethical implications. Following the afternoon panel session, the Army Sergeant Major, WO1 John Miller, will offer his reflections, after which our final speaker, General Sir Rowley Walker, the Chief of the General Staff and Professional Head of the British Army, will give the closing address to the conference. Please remember that you can ask questions throughout the day using Slido. You can find the QR code on the brochure and on the slides. While it is unlikely we will be able to answer all your questions, our team will make sure that your observations and comments are recorded and become part of our thinking on this important topic. When it comes to social media, please remember that while the event is on record, it is run under the Chatham House rule. This means that you are welcome to engage with social media, but you must not attribute words or ideas to specific speakers. When in doubt, please err on the side of caution. We look forward to a thought-provoking and enjoyable day and are hugely grateful to all who are attending or watching. It is now my pleasure to introduce Major General Nick Cowley for some opening remarks. General Cowley was commissioned into the Queen's Royal Hussars and has been on tours to Kosovo, Iraq, and Afghanistan. A former commander of 16 Air Assault Brigade and the Combat Manoeuvre Centre, in October 2024 he was appointed Commandant of the Royal Military Academy Sandhurst, which has now merged with other training organisations to form Army Individual Training Command, an organisation which trains all new officers and soldiers, commonly referred to as the Gateway to the Army. Vitally for the Centre for Army Leadership and this conference, General Cowley speaks in his role as Director Army Leadership. But before we hear from General Cowley, a short video.
Well, good morning, everybody. Very good to see you all here. Firstly, I'm extremely disappointed that David managed to make himself look younger and better looking on his avatar, but didn't bother doing that to my photo. But anyway, David, good to see a younger version of yourself, and thank you for your opening comments. So it's a great privilege in this job that I get to go to often speak to young soldiers and officers. And when I do, I tell them the story of Bill Speakman. Bill Speakman was born in 1927 in the Northwest into a low-income household. He left school at 14, did some manual labour before joining the army. And pretty quickly, still as a private soldier, Bill Speakman found himself in Korea. And on the 4th of November, 1951, Bill Speakman found himself in Korea being surprised and then almost overwhelmed by oncoming Chinese forces. Despite being so far from home, despite being still young and despite being a private soldier, Bill Speakman took the lead. He got hold of some grenades, got out of his fire trench and counterattacked that Chinese advance. He did that 3 times before he was wounded and once more before he ran out of grenades. And he found himself throwing beer bottles. Yeah, there were some things about the army that were better then than they are today. Beer bottles and mess tins at the oncoming Chinese force. Such was his courage that day, he managed to break that attack and to get more of his comrades to safety. For his actions that day, Private Bill Speakman was given the Victoria Cross. And when he was interviewed about his bravery, his response was, "I'm not brave. I'm just more scared of what my mates would think of me than I was of the army." So an extraordinary story, but what's even more amazing is he didn't die that long ago, Bill Speakman. He died about 10 years ago. And before he died, they were discussing with him where he wanted to be buried. And he didn't want to be buried where he grew up. He didn't want to be buried where he lived. He wanted to be buried in Korea, next to those who didn't make it home from that battle. And his ashes sit today in the British Cemetery in Seoul. Now, I tell that story to young officers and soldiers because for me, it sums up so much about what's important in our army: courage, discipline, loyalty. But it's also important on a day like today that we keep reminding ourselves, in the end, who we're doing this for. And in the end of all of our decisions and how we embrace technology and AI, there's a human being and a soldier that we need to think about. And that the British Army will continue to need Bill Speakmans in the future. People who can run fast, who can shoot straight, and who can dig a trench. People who are willing to go to war for their country and have an unbreakable will to win. So lots is changing right now in defence. Some things are constant. And I just want to make sure as we go through today, we remind ourselves of what those constants are. In terms of what's changing, technology and AI is moving at a pace that is eye-watering. And I'm really excited about the conference theme today because we need to understand that as an armed forces and as an army. And I think we need to understand it for 3 reasons. The first one is, as leaders, we have to have a knowledge of how the world is changing. In our army leadership doctrine, it talks about leadership being the combination of character, knowledge, and action that inspires others to succeed. So we must have the knowledge of how the world's changing and how things are operating if we're going to be leaders. And today, in the conference today, is one part of that. We're also doing some more things in Army Individual Training Command to make sure that our leaders have the knowledge that they need. One of the things that we're starting that will be delivered in the next 2 weeks by the Leadership Education and Development Group, a 1-star organisation run by Brigadier Lee Drummond out of Sandhurst. Next week, they'll be starting what we're calling technology terrain walks. So we know that the Army has always done battlefield studies where we looked at history, so that we're better at fighting today's wars. On the technology terrain walks, that's taking operators, soldiers and leaders to go and look at what the future looks like in innovation factories, technology parks, so that they can learn from that to work out how we're going to fight today. On those tech terrain walks, we're also going to bring together tacticians and technologists. We're going to bring together soldiers and scientists. And we know that those are the combinations we're going to need if we're going to outcompete our adversaries. So firstly, today, we've got to make sure we're improving all of our knowledge as people in the armed forces. The second reason why today is so important is regardless of what happens as an army, we're going to need to recruit, select, and train more people more efficiently and to a higher standard. So if we embrace AI, our ability to do that will greatly improve, and the impact can be significant. In Army Individual Training Command alone, we train up to 30,000 people a year on different courses. So if we can embrace the best of AI and train all those people better, A, that's better for them, B, it's better for the Army, but importantly, that's better for the nation, because those people are going to take those skills to be leaders and responsible citizens in Britain. And I'm particularly looking forward to Chris Loveday, who's here from education, because he is absolutely leading that in the education world, and I think there's a lot we can learn from that in terms of how we train and educate our people on the home bank. And then the third reason why it's clearly so important is that this sits at the heart of CGS's proposition. We'll hear from the Chief of the General Staff later on, but when he talks about the Army doubling and then tripling lethality and ambition to go beyond, we can only do that by connecting up multiple sensors across a huge frontage of battlefield, ingesting that information to make better decisions. And we know that no human can do that at the speed of relevance unaided. So at the heart of the Army's proposition is artificial intelligence. And so today is critical to getting after our new theory of victory. The final thought I give you before I hand over to the day and the speakers is about our behavior around AI. As this technology becomes more powerful, I think it becomes even more important that we focus on the human aspects of our training. And I was listening to the radio the other day, and Peter Howard was on, who'd just been awarded a Nobel Prize for economics. And he was talking about how the workplace is changing. The final question the interviewer gave him was, how should we be teaching, or what should we be teaching our children differently? And I think that the interviewer is expecting the answer to be about computer science, about coding. But he just simply answered, we've got to teach them the human skills. So as technology becomes more powerful, as the Army embraces technology more, we have got to also focus on enhancing our human skills of judgment, ethics, emotional intelligence, so that we know that we can still make a good decision on a bad day, and so that we know when to challenge the data or the machine, because we know it's the wrong thing to do. Many of us would have worked in Afghanistan and Iraq, and when you run a task force out there, you have a targeting system about when you can use kinetic force. And the targeting system will tell you whether you can do it. Is it legal? Have you identified the target? Is the collateral damage managed? Have you got the right weapon system? But the value of the leader is whether you should do it. So AI will help us speed up the can, but it'll be our leaders and how we're teaching them and how we're thinking about it that will make sure we're still doing the right thing. So if we gain that knowledge, understand how we can use AI on the home base, understand how we use it to speed up our targeting cycles, and then finally make sure we're using that ethically and responsible, what I think will happen is we should get to a point where we don't leave someone like Bill Speakman on their own, being overwhelmed and surprised by the enemy. And we don't leave our young soldiers in a fire trench, having to rely on their mess tins and extreme bravery to stay alive. So it's a brilliant topic for the conference. We've got some fantastic speakers. Thank you to all of the team of the Centre of Army Leadership for organising it. And I'm really looking forward to hearing the discussions and what everyone's got to say. Thank you.
General, many thanks for setting us up today so helpfully. I'm sure the themes to which you've alluded to will be central to our discussions. I'm now delighted to introduce our next speaker, Professor Alan Brown. Named as one of the world's 100 most influential people in digital government, Professor Brown has over 30 years of business experience in software delivery to power business transformation. Professor Brown currently holds a professorship in digital economy at the University of Exeter. And this morning, he will provide a personal perspective on the disruptive nature of artificial intelligence and its impact on leaders and leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, your first keynote speaker, Professor Alan Brown.
Thank you so much. I must say I'm kind of humbled after that presentation from Nick and the background for this work. And I thought, given we've got about 20 minutes or so, I could go into the full depth about what AI is and how it works and how you should think about it and in 20 minutes. And I thought that's a bit of a difficult place to go. So I thought what I might do is talk about three things. The first is what got us here to this point. The second is what matters now. And the third is what comes next. And I thought I'd try to do that by using some of my experiences in some of the work I've been doing with what we call large established organizations, LEOs. And I would certainly think of the Army, the British Army, as a LEO. But maybe let's go back a little bit and talk about where we came from and how we got here and what some of the challenges are as we think about digital technology and digital technology change. If you don't mind, let me start by saying how I got here as well, just to link into this. Having written software for a while, and then sort of got bored by that, really, and went and did a PhD in computer science. At that time, we were looking at large established systems and the impact of large pieces of digital technology in organizations as something we could control. So essentially, my PhD was a large formal specification model of a big, complex, real-time embedded system and how we could manage that through formally specifying every possible constraint around this system. And I left that thinking, I understand how real-time systems, responsive systems work and how we can control them. And after a little while, I headed off to the United States to work in a federally funded research agency for the Department of Defense. Administered by Hanscom Air Force Base. It was funded through a congressional line item. And it was a place called the Software Engineering Institute. And the first thing they did was sent me off to look at the rewriting of the FAA's en route air traffic control system. And in large kind of round numbers, it was $1 billion over budget, 10 years late, and had about 1,000 people from IBM working on it. And they asked three questions of the team. What does this system do? Is there any chance it will be finished? And when it's finished, will it work? And it'd been going about 5, 6, 7 years. And this was a real wake-up call for me. With my newly minted PhD and my formal specification knowledge, to head into this environment and say, what good is that to me in this space? How do I deal with these issues? How do we understand the relationship between large-scale, real-time avionics systems and the delivery of those into practice to make a change, to make a difference, to involve that? And then subsequently in BMDO, the Ballistic Missile Defense Organization, the Star Wars program, and Norfolk Naval Base, and working on various avionics systems for the Air Force and logistics systems, more and more I began to realize that I was looking at the problems in the wrong way. And in fact, as we started to look at these large-scale systems, we start to have to think about a very different view of technology, not as technology for technology's sake, but as a piece of a change mechanism that in large, complex, established systems makes a difference only if you understand the context in which it's applied, the processes involved, and the culture of the organization you're trying to change. This fundamentally changed my view of the world, and subsequently in the work I did, both in the United States and then back in the UK. And I think there were three big issues there. One is about what happens to the operations aspects of what you do, what you're actually trying to change, what you're doing, what the environment is that you're operating in. Whether that's shooting something out the sky, whether that's improving your recruitment, whether that's managing the logistics supply chain. There are a set of operations that need to change that these technologies can help with. But that's a small part of the puzzle. The rest of it is, how do we change the business model, the operational model of the organization itself? How do we understand how we do that in a complex environment that might be a legacy system which is embedded ways of thinking and working and operating? How do we do that effectively? How do we do that efficiently? How do we do that with all of the constraints that sit around us? The second part of that is, as new technologies were introduced, we were beginning at that stage, the first wave of digital technologies, where we were trying to introduce new ways of analyzing data, new ways of collecting information, sharing that information, new ways of distributing that in ways that are effective, efficient, accurate. We began to realize that what we were shifting was not so much the technology base, but it was fundamentals in three key areas. The first was about risk. New technologies change the risk profile. What is it that we find to be of highest risk? How do we understand risk? How do we measure it? How do we trade off those risks? How do we decide? From a very simple perspective in many commercial environments, what we see is a very interesting shift between operational risk and delivery risk. And at that time, we were very focused on ensuring that we limited or eliminated operational risk, often at the cost of delivery. If it's a little bit later, if we have to test more, if we have to spend more money, if it doesn't quite meet the delivery deadline, we would do so for operational risk. More and more, we saw that balance changing. We have to deliver on time when the need arises, before our competitors do. To be effective, we have to be ahead of the game in some areas. So we started to look at how you lead, how you become a fast follower, how you decide what your key process areas are, how you decide where you focus and where you don't. So risk was the first. The second big area was to do with trust. What do we trust? Who do we trust? When you're replacing technologies or introducing technologies, where does that sit in the trust profile? We heard a little about what that means when decision-making is being taken in areas with lethal force. Those sorts of things are particularly important, that we understand where that trust lies and how that trust changes when new technologies are introduced. The third one is about broadly value. Not just value for money, although of course that matters. It matters enormously in many areas. But also value in terms of who gains that value, who decides what value is. And of course, you can't talk about value without talking about the value system. Value sits within the values of the organization that you operate in. And those have shifted dramatically. They will continue to shift dramatically. And we have to reevaluate what those values are within a new value system. So those three areas, risk, trust, value, ended up being the key areas of discussion. So let me roll forward a little bit. I spent most of last year working for the National Audit Office and doing some other work, looking at the use of AI in government. We did a major review. We went to all of the government departments. We talked to a lot of people. We studied the data. We did surveys and so on and so on. And we produced a report that you can find if you go and look at the National Audit Office's website. We did a Public Accounts Committee review earlier in 2025. What did we find? We found all of those ideas represented again about delayed programs, about managing risk in an effective environment, about the difficulties of change. And in fact, just at the beginning of this year, alongside the new government AI policies that were released, I'm not sure if you saw, there were two things came out at the same time. The new AI government approach to how it saw how AI should be used, what some of the key issues are, some of the key strategy points. But at the same time, they produced a separate report, which was the state of our digital technology. I don't think you'll be surprised to know that really the headlines were these things. fragmented technology, underused disconnected data, funding not aligned with digital practice, low service reliability. That was the sort of summary of the review of where's our digital technology. And in fact, what it stated was, we're not just not digital first. It stated that about 47% of all government processes don't even have a digital pathway. When it looked at large tech-based IT programs, only 9% of those programs were classed as green, likely to deliver roughly what they were meant to do, roughly on time, roughly for budget. All the others were either not great or terrible. So the state of our situation right now with digital technology in government, across the government estate, is not in great shape. And yet along comes a new set of disruptive digital technologies intended to change this. So we've got to place ourselves in that context and say, what does that mean? Where are we and how do we move forward? So my summary of how we got here, my own sort of personal view here, is the sort of 5 big areas that I take away from what I've learned over the last 20, 30 years, looking at large-scale digital technology change. And I think these things are all relevant to where we are right now and what we have to face today. The first is complexity and technical debt kills progress. We face large, complex systems. We face major technical debt, and yet we're trying to deliver new major digital change on top of this. Unless we deal with that complexity and that technical debt, we will stall progress and we will not meet expectations. So the investment that's being made today in digital technology, a lot of it, if you look at the government estate, for example, large portions of that are to keep existing technology alive, to try to maintain it, to try to understand how it works, to try to dig up people who are around who still understand how that COBOL works. Yet we're still in that state. So we have to deal with the complexity and we have to deal with the technical debt. That doesn't go away with the AI magic pixie dust. We have to deal with that to make progress, to be able to scale. The second thing, I'll say this a little stronger perhaps than I ought to, all management is change management. All management is change management. We're not trying to get from one stable state to the next. We're not trying to reduce the variation in systems or delay change. We're trying to understand change is the norm. Now, in many environments, particularly the military, that's understood. But in many areas, we're still fighting against the idea that all management is change management. We have to understand, we have to lead, we have to improve our ability to understand what change means, how we drive change, how we look at our leadership positions, how we look at management. I'm working in a business school right now. I don't want to be too rude. But the challenges in business schools are often, I thought as a computer scientist technology background going into a business school, I was excited about all the wonderful things about managing large-scale change I would learn. The main thing I learned is there's about 1% of a business school that understands what's going on in the world of management. And the other 99% they call culture, which means they have no idea what's going on. And that's a really complex environment to work within. How do we deal with complex contextual situations where change is hard? We have to start with this mindset. All management is change management. The third one is that organizational alignment is fragile. In order to make change happen in large, complex organizations, LEOs, large established organizations, alignment is essential. Yes, you can drive some things with a small, agile, disciplined team. You can start to move the needle. But then you come up against, and now we've got to institutionalize that. We've got to support other organizations in order to deliver on it. We've got to maintain a budget. We've got to make sure we protect our people so that we can deliver and continue to maintain it. You come up against the rest of the organization. And that organization alignment is critical. I've worked in organizations where it's been an exceptional experience. The way in which you can move, the speed at which you operate. And then you look and you say, why did that happen? Sometimes it's by luck, sometimes it's by design, sometimes it's a combination. But a series of things lined up that made it possible to move quickly. And as soon as that disrupted, we start to see the problems. Somebody leaves, A new person is put in charge that has a different idea. Budgets change. A new technology is introduced. Somebody buys some technology because a procurement officer thought this was a great thing and they got a deal and met their... You guys have all been there. Something shifts and immediately everything drops to the floor and you have to rebuild. That organizational alignment is so key. The fourth one, we have to keep the focus on value. It's very easy, particularly coming from a technology background and looking at new technology change, to focus on the technologies, to focus on the new neat idea, the new capability, the new way of working. We have to keep the focus on the value, on the mission, on what we're delivering, on the outcome we're trying to achieve. We heard a great discussion about why that matters and what that outcome is in terms of the army. We have to focus entirely on meeting the mission. How do we do that effectively and efficiently? It's very easy to drift from where's the value, where's the real goal of what we're trying to achieve. And then finally, I think this also ties in with what's been said, people break before the technology breaks. There's lots of situations where you go into meetings and you've got a review meeting and you've got your red, amber, green, and you've got your Gantt charts and your big stick. And you're reviewing where you are. And you go through this, and most things are green, and a few things are yellow, and if somebody's brave, it's a bit red. And then you come up at the end of the meeting, and you say, how's the project? Oh, it's a disaster. We just went through a meeting, and we said it was going well, and we've got a few things. No, the plan's okay. The project's a disaster. Okay, what's that about? It's about people. And often I get asked to go in, do reviews of projects and programs and so on. Tell me if it's agile, tell me if it's this, tell me if it's that. The first thing you have to do is say, how are the people doing? A good example is, for those of you who know the agile kinds of movements that have been very popular. Essentially what you do is these very fast sprints, and at the end of a sprint, you do a review. But every day, you ask some simple questions. What did you do yesterday? What will you do today? What blockers do you have that we need to get over? What I started to realize is there's a question missing, which is, how are you doing? And this might seem rather soft, rather silly, but actually asking that question, how's things? Really opens up a dialogue. Now, 9 times out of 10, people say, fine, and get on, but not always. And just finding out what's going on with the people in this process is so essential. But it's easy to miss. And I think most of the times where we've seen agile delivery programs fail, it's because we've stopped asking those key questions. We go through this and we say, right, let's get on. No. The idea of agile is you review. You say, what did we learn? Are we building something that matters? Are we creating value? How are our people doing? If you don't do that, you're not delivering value in an agile way. You're just spinning the wheel as fast as you can and getting yourself in more trouble. So this is how we sort of got here. This is the issues that we've faced. This is how we've delivered large-scale, digital-based change, digital transformation, if you want to use that phrase, over the last 20 years. So where are we now? And how should we think about AI? Now, obviously, I could give lots of examples of this or that, but I want to try to just stretch you just a little bit in one area, just one small slice. I think one of the best ways to think about AI is to take a very different perspective and ask yourself this question. If I want to talk about AI and its impact, where do I start? Now, there's lots of interesting ways to do that. One interesting way is to start off with this thought. AI is economics. AI is a shift in the economic basis of how we produce and deliver systems and outcomes. Now, why is that interesting? Let me take again, we're talking in round numbers and broad strokes here. So forgive me for many of you in the audience who may think this is a little too simplistic. What happened in the 1950s and 60s was that we started to be able to produce computers cheaply and effectively and efficiently and robustly. So we could recast lots of the things we did as computational problems. We converted problems into how could we compute this? And we built programming languages around it, we built data centers around it, we built all sorts of things so that we could redesign the world to be based on computations. These were very small, simple computations that we could link together. We could do thousands of them. We could do millions of them. We could do billions of them in seconds. And we could recast lots of what we do as computational problems. What's just happened in the last few years is the price of prediction has dropped through the floor. More accurate, more widely understood, more contextualized, more able to be delivered, prediction has dropped through the floor. We can recast a lot of the problems that we used to think of as computational problems as predictive problems. Let me give you a very, very simple example. Let's use this example. I'm driving along in a car today, a modern car. So I'm going along the car, somebody pulls out, and I slam my brakes on. What happens? Again, broadly. What used to happen is a liquid in a pipe gets compressed. The brake fluid gets pushed against the drum on the wheel, it gets slowed down. What happened from the 1950s, 60s onwards is we started to make an electronic signal between those two things. The brake was pressed, it went down this much. I need to stop the car by this much. We put some nice computing technology inside a car. As we know, there are now many computers inside a car and lots of software code in order to control the braking system and so on. Very broadly, what happens today when I push the thing? A piece of software runs and it says, Alan's put his foot on the brake. I wonder what he wants to happen. What shall we do? Well, let's make a prediction. What's going on? What do we know about the car? When was it last serviced? What's the thickness of the tread on the tires? What do we know about the discs on the brakes? Or what do we know about when it was serviced and so on? What do we know about Alan? How's he been driving? Is he driving normally? Maybe we're doing full ECG on the steering wheel. Is he stressed? Maybe we can connect to his calendar. Has he just come from a busy meeting? What do we know about what's going on? What do we know about the world around us? How's the road? What did the last 100 cars do that went round this corner? Is it raining? What are the other cars signaling around us? What information have we got? Now, given all that, let's predict what might happen if we do this or that, and let's choose a path. And let's do that every millisecond, based on what we see in front of us, based on what's going on, based on what we hear. We've converted it into a predictive problem. Now, how accurate is that? Who decides on that? What does that software do? How is it trained? What agency do I have over this? So, for example, if it detects stress or maybe even detects some secretion in my fingers and I've been drinking, should it allow me to turn the engine on? Should it report to the police? Should it tell my wife? What should it do? What should it do? Who decides that? When? How? Whose agency is that? Probably the insurance company, but that's probably a different story. So we're in a different situation now where this predictive power is becoming more powerful, and we're recasting lots of what we do using that predictive power and leading into a whole bunch of new questions and a new set of challenges for leaders and leadership. How do I navigate a world where we're shifting from a computationally led set of ideas to a predictive led set of ideas? What does it do to my decision making? What agency do I have? And how does it change the three major things I mentioned: risk, trust, value? We're having to redesign those. And to be frank, the way in which we taught and thought about that in the 20th century is not good, is not suitable for the purpose that we have today. Many of those ideas do not fit, and we're still teaching them, by the way, in universities and elsewhere. So we've got a really interesting problem of where we are now and where we're going. So what does this mean? What does this mean for organizations, for decision-making, and for leadership? So I'm going to suggest 3 or 4 things that I think are really critical. The first thing is we're going to have to change decision-making and speed up decision-making. This sort of classic way that we looked at, the Napoleonic way of doing decision-making, where we send a lot of people out, runners out, find data, bring it back, and the general makes the decision. Yes, we can automate that and we can digitize that. Those decisions and information gathering can be done through sensors and satellites and drones and so on. That isn't necessarily, though, the way that decision-making is going to be made in a digital, predictive-based AI world. We're going to have to think about a different way of looking at that. You know, read Christian Bose's stuff on the kill chain, read some of the stuff that's coming out right now. There's a lot of really interesting ideas about what that new decision-making process could and might look like. You know, imagine looking forward that we're having, you know, something embedded in your brain. You know, imagine that we've got sensors coming from everywhere. Imagine we have a real-time map of the world with satellite views to the order of magnitude of, you know, a meter square, real time, all the time, everywhere, and everybody has it. What would that do to decision making? What would that do to our way of looking at the world? We've got a whole bunch of things to think about in terms of decision making. The second one is to sort of go the opposite way. We're going to have to reinforce and maybe redefine the sort of business fundamentals of what we do. What I mean by that is, I don't mean to be rude. What I mean by that is we're still paying £1 million for a website. We're still doing 10-year contracts for technology when we have no idea what that technology will look like in a year. We're still trying to decide on procurement approaches that are not just 20th century, I'm not sure they're even 19th century. We're still trying to think about hiring in a way, you know, we need to hire somebody. Okay, I need to design a job spec, and I need to look at the hierarchy of job specs, and I need to see which point on the spine we need to put it. This isn't how the business fundamentals are going to move forward. This isn't how we're going to design, organize, and run large-scale, complex organizations for efficiency, for speed, for authority, for leadership in the kind of environment that was described earlier on. It's just not possible. The third idea really leads into that. We have to recalibrate everything. That's a really tough nut to crack. You know, if I'm in an educational world, we had a review back at the university just a few weeks ago. They're still saying, how do we build the new 400-seat lecture theatre? How do we design the price of a master's course? How do we get more Chinese students to come? We're at that level. Not, we have to recalibrate what education is, who gets it, when they get it, how they receive it, what they're willing to pay for. Pricing right now is all over the place. What we used to pay a lot for, we now get for free or virtually free. What used to be scarce is now everywhere. Things that we used to think are not part of what we have to pay for now cost an awful lot of money, and we have to have control. A data scientist or access to certain information. What we think is differentiating is different, and what we have to pay for that. The final idea really is that we've got to get to use AI more. Part of the big leadership challenge right now is leaders are not keeping up to what it's capable of, what it shouldn't be used for, what it should be used for. So right now, I'm using AI in several ways, and think of AI in terms of roles that you use it in. The first one is as a personal assistant. Some obvious things about summarizing, helping with notes, and so on. Again, I can't go through all the details, but there are positive and negative ways, and there are ways of managing the risk of using them in all these situations as a personal assistant. The second is as a critical friend. Be my critical friend. Look over my shoulder and say, you're doing what, Alan? What, and why are you doing that? Have you thought a better way of doing that? Hey, you've missed some key points. Third one, as a strategic analyst, help me to understand what's going on in a complex environment where multiple sets of information are being created. I know that it's a key area for the army. I know it's a key area for military in general. There are some very positive ways it can be used. The fourth is as an innovation partner. Look at this from a different perspective. Challenge me. Do something I would never have thought of. We're all constrained by our own experiences and environment. It's inevitable. Break me out of that. Wake me up. Frighten me. Excite me with something new. And finally, I would say as a sort of operational partner. Help me understand how to do things better, how to make more of what I've done. A little sort of test that you could do. Ask any of your favorite Gen AI tools, you know, ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini. If you had £50 and I wanted to improve myself, what would you advise I do? What could I do for £50 that would improve my life? Ask it. See what answers you get back. See what you think it knows about you, what it doesn't know about you, how you would critique that. whether you think it's got your best will at heart. Think about what these tools are doing. Experiment with them in safe ways. There are ways to experiment safely. Of course, you should be following policies. Of course, you should be guarding against doing things that are inappropriate. But there are many ways in which you can use these tools in those roles to add value. And you can do it today. And if you, as leaders, as change agents, as people responsible for organizations and for individuals, are not understanding where that bar is right now, then you're going to struggle. It's inevitable. So it's incumbent on all of us to work through that. So I hope that's been helpful in giving some context. I think we're in an incredibly important moment. I used to work in a Silicon Valley startup for a while that grew from a couple of people to a couple of hundred. The technology failed, so of course we sold for 400 million, as you did. And the head of that company, every month we'd have a meeting, and every month he'd say, this is the most important month, in the most important quarter, in the most important year in the life of our company. And I used to, now I think he was probably right. Think of it this way. Every month, every week, every day is the most important day, the most important week, the most important month for thinking about where we're going to take these technologies, how it's going to change the mission for the organization you work in, how we're going to be able to deliver more effective outcomes and values to meet the mission. And I think it puts us in a really interesting position if we do that. I hope that's been helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Brown, for your thought-provoking insights and the context. So I'm sure the audience here and online will recognise the importance of risk, trust and value when embracing new technology, but also the importance of people and relationships. Our next keynote speaker is Jenny Griffiths, Vice President of Artificial Intelligence at Oracle, working on embedding AI capabilities across Oracle Fusion applications to turn the potential of AI into real, impactful solutions that meet customer needs. Jenny has been recognised as one of the top 50 women in tech by the World in Forbes, and has sat on advisory boards from the University of Bristol to the Wall Street Journal. Jenny has been honoured with an MBE for services to digital innovation and a Princess Royal Medal for contributions to UK engineering. Jenny, we look forward to hearing from you. Ladies and gentlemen, Jenny Griffiths.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for having me here today. And Professor Alan Brown, you did an amazing talk and your introduction made me laugh because I am the person who's going to attempt to explain artificial intelligence in about 20 minutes. So wish me luck everyone, it's a bad idea. But joking apart, I've been in the artificial intelligence industry now for coming up to 20 years. It's getting to the age where it's kind of embarrassing to admit that. I've been at Oracle for 3 of those years, working on bringing artificial intelligence technologies into a really large company. If we're talking about Leo's, Oracle is definitely one of them. So looking at touch points and user journeys where we can sparkle a bit of AI magic in there and try and improve people's user experiences. Before that, I ran a startup for 12 years. It was in the computer vision industry, looking at fashion, publishing, and defense, weirdly. And my journey there, because it was so early in the world of artificial intelligence, was all around how AI works, what it can do for you, why we're not building the Terminator, and trying to explain artificial intelligence to everyone that I was speaking to. And trust me, I'm far cooler now than I was back then because people actually want to hear about AI now. So it's helped me out a lot, the industry moving where it has. And before that, I worked at Thales. I was in secure comms and urgent operational requirements and that kind of fun stuff. So had a great time there before I started my company. And today I'm going to demystify AI. I'm going to demystify AI agents a bit more as well. It's definitely, as far as I'm concerned, the word of 2025. So I'll try and bring everyone on that journey. Cover off the basics of prompt engineering and discuss steps that you can take to learn more. So apologies for those more technical in the room. You might want to check your emails or something. But for everyone else, I'm hoping that this sparks a bit of a thought in your brain going, okay, I want to find out more about this. So hopefully we'll go on that journey together. So artificial intelligence, everyone's talking about it now. Boring people like me have been looking at it for over half a century at this point. And it's a really wide-ranging discipline. And the fundamentals all kind of stemmed in computational neuroscience around how the brain works. So a quick neurology lesson for everyone. I'm sure you all know this, but our brains are made up of billions of neurons. And all of those neurons are connected by weighted neural pathways. And as we grow up, we have the ability to change these weights in our brain. It's sometimes easier to build those connections than it is to try and break them. If anyone's tried to give up Diet Coke like me, you will find that it is virtually impossible. Any tips are more than welcome. But basically, as we go through life, we're kind of building our own training data sets. It's what our parents or guardians might tell us growing up. It's the television that we decide to watch. It's the news that we decide to read. It's the books that we go, the plays that we go and see, the people that we surround ourselves with. They influence the way that our brain structures themselves, and therefore how we learn and how we interpret the world around us. So in my old computer vision days, it's very simple. If you show a child a ball and keep going, this is a ball, they will eventually learn that that is a ball. And that's a very simplistic way of looking at computer vision. But this is true for language, it's true for audio, it's true for vision. We're effectively training artificial neural networks to think in the way that the human brain does. So artificial neural networks are mimicking that structure of the brain. We have billions of neurons, we have those weighted pathways in between, and the training data is literally training data. So we gather it from all sorts of places. It's why you will be reading so much at the moment around where training data is coming from, who has the rights, how do we know what's going in it. The reason that's such a hot topic is because it does influence the output of those artificial neural networks. Much like raising a child in a certain way, you kind of want to raise your neural network right. But the reason that this is so influential now as a technology is obviously we can train these models in days rather than lifetimes. And this is how artificial intelligence is really kind of making leaps and bounds right now. So the way that these model works with generative AI is they're trying to predict the next most likely word. So in the way that our brain would, don't worry, I'm not going to make you say this out loud. It works in America, not in the UK. To be or not to be would be what you're all thinking when I ask you to complete the sentence. And this is because we've seen the play, we've heard it on the radio, we've read it in books, we had to sit through the English lessons at school. It's kind of built into our common psyche. It's kind of cool if you think about it for a while. And this is what an artificial neural network's doing. So it's trying to guess, okay, given this input, what is the next most likely word that I should say? And you can play with these models. You can change, there's a parameter called temperature, which is basically like a bit of danger, you know, give me some weird answers here, stray off the path a little bit. But essentially, it's doing a very human behavior. If you're ever in an argument, you're normally trying to work out what that person's trying to say so you can beat them to the punch. Same with working out the punchline to a joke. It's very human behavior now that these artificial neural networks are mimicking. So obviously to be or not to be is a very easy thing to predict, but we can also use it to ask questions, as you've all been doing at home, I'm sure, with technologies like ChatGPT or Claude or Anthropic or Gemini, any of those ones. So I can ask it today, what can I do I'm near Chatham House for the day, what can I do for the day? It didn't say speak at the Army Leadership Conference, there you go, I got it wrong. But you know, it will give you a very good approximation of what a tour guide would give you. So go and see some attractions, you know, Buckingham Palace is just down the road, maybe check out this art gallery. It's very good at giving you a generic response. And hold that thought, because we will talk a bit later about how to get more than generic responses out of these systems. But it's impressive technology, and it really is changing the world around us, because this is the first time that everyone can interact with artificial intelligence. Doesn't matter which country you're in, which language you're speaking, what your background is. You don't need data scientists like me anymore. Everyone can speak to AI, and this is what's really changing the world around us. So now let's talk about agents. So this, like I said, is kind of the hot new technology for 2025. And if we take a step back of where we've been on that journey of AI so far, you've got classic AI or predictive AI, which was built around effectively like classifying, predicting, detecting anomalies. This is still incredible technology for where you want deterministic results. So that's something where you want the same thing again and again and again. Frankly, you do not want generative AI doing mathematical problems. I'm just putting it out there. You can have fun and you know, mess with it later and convinced that the square root of 9 is 2 if you try really hard and you're good at arguing. So classic AI is still really, really powerful and definitely good to use in the right areas. It's cheaper, it's lighter weight, and it's great at deterministic outputs. Then you move into generative AI, which is this hot new topic that everyone's talking about. Equally as powerful, equally as amazing. It's great where it either unlocks opportunities you haven't been able to look at in the past, or actually where you want a bit of creativity, a bit of latitude, summarize this for me, create this for me, help me write this. These kind of more creative tasks that we've had to rely on just our human instincts for up until now. And then you come into agentic AI. And that's effectively like chaining together all of these different artificial AI technologies, giving them tools, and then letting it complete a workflow for you. So I'll explain that in a less terrifying way. So language is something that everything has in common. This is our ability to talk to it in the way that you would speak to each other. You've got context, which is taking that information from the world around you, and we just heard a great example actually in the car, what's going on and where this is all going to go. You've got action taking, which is with your permission. It can take action autonomously, and it can make recommendations. And then finally, you've got reasoning. So based on everything that it knows, what's it going to give back to you as the human being? And we'll talk more about that in a second. So I'm going to talk you through very quickly how you think about putting together these agent networks. And in the same way that Professor Allen was talking about the kind of structure of companies and how that's going to look, actually the way you structure artificial intelligence is incredibly important for how you get results out. And actually, I think the Army has an amazing edge here because you've been fantastic at building these organizations, and it really does map across into artificial intelligence. So the first things to consider when you're building an agent is you have worker agents. And these are effectively the members of your organization. They are very, very good at doing one specific task. You have to tell them exactly what to do. They will execute it to the highest possible standard, and you give them the tools to be able to do that. So that could be an agent that is really good at scheduling meetings and liaising with people and writing emails and finding spots in diaries. It could be an agent that is amazing at writing marketing emails. You know, insert task here. You can use your imaginations better than I can. And above these workers, you have a supervisor agent. And this is the middle manager of the agent world. It's me in digital form. And this supervisor is effectively able to look at the problem that it needs to solve or the strategy that it needs to come up with, work out how to divide this work, to give it to those agents, knowing what they know, knowing what they're good at and the tools they've got, and make sure they've got everything they need to be able to do their job well. And then they're reporting back, giving the supervisor agent more information. They're reacting on that, farming it out to different worker agents. So the supervisor is effectively the interface between you and the AI, and it's able to divide up this work and make things happen. And then finally, and importantly, around the outside is this human in the loop. And I'm not sure if you've all heard the term human in the loop, but it's effectively bringing a person in to help. And sometimes people view this really negatively. They think it means the AI has failed. Oh no, we had to involve a human being. But you wouldn't say that in an organization full of people, right? You wouldn't be annoyed if one of your team came to you as a leader and said, oh, I need help on this thing. It's an integral part of humanity and what we do. So when you're designing your agents, if I've sparked some interest and you go off to play with agents today, really do think about where you want humans to look. So an example would be in supply chain management. Let's say you have always ordered a certain bit of equipment from the same supplier for the last 5 years. That is something that could be automated really easily using AI, freeing up your time to do something more fun and more worthy of your brain power. And that will all work beautifully. It can execute, it can liaise, it can negotiate, you know, it can transact for you. But if that supplier went under, would you want it to go and find another supplier and place that order without asking you? So that's where you should be thinking about what are the points where you want to escalate this and bring it to a human being and bring them into this agent design process. So it's an example of agents. I will be very quick here, but ones that would be interesting are assets and maintenance, automatically triaging when there's a problem, sending out dispatch, lessening this need for manual intervention. And another amazing one is recruiting at the moment, you know, from helping find candidates, source candidates, come up with good interview questions, make sure that, like, test yourself and your viewpoints for bias, a bit like the critical friend point. It's really, really powerful there as well. So they're just a few examples of about 250 that have launched from Oracle alone in the past year. So there are definitely thousands out there at this point. And now to talk you through a bit about how to get the most out of AI. So if I were to leave you with one thing today, if you're new to the world of artificial intelligence, it is look at prompt engineering, and that is a field. And prompt engineering, I did an hours-long presentation on it last week, so I promise I won't go that deep today. But it's effectively the art of asking a question really, really well to an AI agent. So the first thing you want to do is define really clear roles and responsibilities. So the way that I do it is I give it a persona, and I give myself a persona. So I might say, you are an analyst at McKinsey with 20 years experience in procurement of technology, for instance. And I am a lowly intern who has no idea what they're doing, and I really need your help. You know, I try and establish that kind of knowledge level that I want to get out of the system. I then define the format of the data that I want to receive. Is it code? Is it JSON? Is it a bullet-pointed list? Is it a PowerPoint presentation? So that frankly, if AI is going to help me think, I don't want to just spend all of my time as a human being translating it into the format I wanted. You can just tell it that up front. So you can be really specific, and they are very, very good at taking direction. You then want to define defaults for missing data or missing inputs. So a nice example is, hey, if this person interacting with the system doesn't give a date, assume today is the date, and then it won't make up and drift. And then that brings me on to hallucinations, which is why I've got my little ghosty going on there. You will have read all about hallucinations in the news. These models are getting better and better every day. There are more secure guardrails every day. It's becoming less of a story. But you can really help actually minimize hallucinations with the way that you write prompts. So for instance, I use this weekly to read the news for me and tell me what's new in the world of AI, because I literally can't keep up despite it being my day job. So I say, you know, read all of these news sources. If there isn't a new article on artificial intelligence within human capital management, do not make it up. Like, write this instead so that I know that you haven't got that information. And for everything that you do write, I want to see a source so that I can click on it and I can follow it and I can make sure that the information is there. So think about when you're designing your prompts, what it is that matters to you, what are the lines you don't want it to cross, and really, really test that as well. So prompt engineering, I advise anyone in the room to get really good at it. You will be the kind of AI whisperer within your team, and that will be incredibly valuable going forward. So to go back to our original question around what can I do around Chatham House, I have engineered a prompt based on that. So it's way too small for me to read despite wearing glasses. So I'll just hope I remember what I've written. But it's basically saying you are a lifelong Londoner. You know all of the secrets of the city. I'm visiting from the day. I used to live in London. I know quite a lot. But, you know, I don't know everything. So surprise me. I like Mexican food. I like Indian food. I like art. I like culture. Build me a day. I don't want to walk more than half an hour. And I am going to be in London between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. And look at the difference. That took me probably 2 minutes versus writing something for 20 seconds, but the output is so much more valuable. So really do, when you're interacting with these systems, see how much control and how much direction you can give it. And I have a feeling that this is the perfect room to be able to know how to write really, really good instructions, frankly. So how can you get started as a leader today? I'm not aware of all of your constraints. Oracle, amazing technology company to work for, but obviously we have a lot of processes in place. So right at the beginning of my time at Oracle, I joined when Gen AI joined. So I had a bit of a baptism of fire, frankly, when I took on this role. Oracle didn't know what technologies we could use, which ones we couldn't use. So actually, I started experimenting at home in my personal time, and that is still how I keep up to date the most, because I know my personal life far better than I know my work life. So what I would urge you to do today is think about areas at home that you can use artificial intelligence. So I'm about to reveal far too much of myself to thousands of people online, but I'm just going to pretend it's only you guys in the room. So text, like I say, I use this for news roundups for everything that's happened in AI. Perplexity is amazing at this, but ChatGPT, Anthropic, Gemini, they're all absolutely fantastic. So also try and experiment with the different models and see which one works best for you and your style. For images, there's amazing tech out there. Once again, OpenAI, Nano Banana, Qwen Image. I use this, I've just bought an absolute wreck of the house. I'm using it to visualize what color front door I should paint, despite the fact I have about 50 holes in my floorboards right now. But you know, AI is great for distracting me from the real problems and telling me what color I should paint my front door. But it's great fun, and I did AI Christmas cards for all my friends about 3 years ago, and they were truly terrifying because the models were at a point where everyone had 8 fingers. So I also recommend doing that for Christmas if you want to spook people. And then for sound, you can clone your own voice if you trust the model provider, up to you. I use it to create music, and there's an amazing company called Suno, and I use it to make really cheesy walk-on music for my team to creep them out a little bit. 11 Labs does amazing audio cloning, and I'm actually a drummer, and I use it to separate out, do stem separation to take out the professional drummer, so I'm not just drumming away on my electric drum kit thinking I'm absolutely amazing, when actually I'm just listening to the real person drum. So that's how I use artificial intelligence in my day-to-day life. But really think about how you want to use it and how you can get familiar with these new tools, which are new to everyone, in an environment that you feel comfortable. Think about AI in the context of your organization. So think of one thing you do really, really well. It is like your main strength or your organization's main strength, and use AI to do that. That might feel counterintuitive because it's something you've got down, but this will let you and your team build confidence in AI, and it will let you spot what it's good at and what it's not, because it's your expertise, right? So this is how you can begin to build those skills, how you can begin to trust AI or not trust AI and make those decisions for yourself. And then when you're comfortable with that, then translate into something that you do really badly, once again, either personally or within your organization, or an opportunity you haven't had time to look at yet because you've been so busy on something else. And then you can see the impact that AI can bring to your organization. So that way you're able to assess, what are the time savings, the cost savings, by streamlining processes you're already good at. What's my team going to do with their newly found time affluence? Where are we going to spend their time instead in ways that will bring them a bit more joy at work? And then you've got what you do badly being, right, these are the opportunities for growth, these are the opportunities to improve, and this is how AI is going to add to that side of my organization. And then consider how you take your team on this journey as well. I'm a big believer in anyone can understand AI, that everyone should understand AI, because the more we understand, the more we can use it for good, frankly, as a society. Focus on data. I used to be VP of data science. I'm sorry, this is a really boring point. But get your documents in order. If you know that AI is coming to your organization or to a certain scenario, think about what you want AI to know. Think about how you're going to safeguard that information. If there's anyone in the room thinking about this at the moment, look up retrieval augmented generation. It's essentially a mechanic that means you can ground the AI in the context of your organization without sharing that data back with the model provider. So super cool tech, and it's keeping everything grounded without kind of breaking those lines. And think about what gaps you have in your data, and if you can begin now to fill those in so that when AI does come to your organization, you're in better shape. And finally, continue learning. Thank you for sitting through me explaining AI at breakneck speed. I hope it's piqued some interest. There's some absolutely amazing resources out there for free right now. I'll do my plug for Oracle University for Agents. If you're looking at agents, we talk you through the principles there. But Cohere LLM, they do a great university on how LLMs work. And Andrew Ng, Deep Learning, his courses are absolutely amazing as well. So thank you all very much. I hope I piqued your interest today, and looking forward to speaking soon. Thanks.
Thank you. Jenny, thank you for bringing prompt engineering to life, but importantly, the need for leaders to experiment with our AI, which I think is really important for the online audience, but also everyone in the room. And a huge thank you to both speakers who have really provided us a great deal to discuss and reflect on over the break. So it's now time for a 30-minute break before we return for the first panel session of the day. So please get ready with your questions. Remember, Slido is on the programme and on the back of your passes. Please could you be back seated in the room for 11:30 for the start of the panel. Thank you very much.
second conversation is about that. What's the relevance of those big programs, and what's the new world look like? But there's also a third view, which is, I can't find stuff on base. When I order it, I don't even know where it is. So I order it 3 times. I can't recruit effectively. We don't know even what kind of skills people have when we're trying to put a mission together. We can, and 100 other things. We can't even get Wi-Fi to work on a base. Come on. There's holes in the roof, We're still at we're running a large, complex legacy organization that's, again, forgive me, slowly sinking here if we don't start to rethink what's going on. Surely these new technologies should be focused on that problem. If we can't solve that problem, we're never going to deal with the rest. So we've got 3 different conversations going on at the same time, often intermingled. And I think where AI fits, which AI, what mature AI means, what a policy means, how we responsibly use AI is very different in each of those. And I think we have to separate out these conversations.
Great, thank you very much. Laura, if I can come to you next, Alan, just talking about the importance of thinking about AI in specific applications and how it might impact that, and how should leaders actually understand that impact. And you've been doing lots of research on the AI and the impact on the future of work, and how it looks for the armed forces. So what is your research telling you about that? And do you think there is an understanding amongst leaders about that impact?
Yeah, thank you. So we've started to look at what we're calling the people implications of AI, and how AI might or might not change the nature of the workforce for defence. And the short answer is we're still not quite sure, and we're still working on this. But it's not as simple as we hoped and imagined. So at the moment, much of the technology that we've been hearing about today, and as AI evolves and develops, isn't really quite ready to one-for-one start to replace the humans in our roles. So the likelihood is that our AI will be able to support and enhance current working practices and opportunities, but not really start to replace people in large numbers. But what we've identified is, and that might and should and will probably change as AI and technology advances. But what we're finding is that there are real opportunities, as Alan alluded to, where AI might actually really be able to enhance people's working practice and free them up to do other things that are more uniquely human. So there are some really interesting case studies we've been working on at the moment across defence, looking at particularly around some of the back office processes, actually, where we are reduced in a lot of numbers, we have a small capacity, and where AI and some of the opportunities that large language models in particular might be presenting to really enhance our workforce's capacity to deliver at pace and scale. So there are examples such as actually thinking about skills authoring, how you can take large complex corpuses of skills data and use AI to help you write some nice skills competency frameworks much more rapidly than we've been able to do in the past. So really enhancing the human capability, but also advancing things that have been typically held back because of capacity, human capacity. But other things that we've been looking at are also where AI might enhance and replace people on the battlefield or in other more front-facing roles within defence. And it's still really difficult to understand where that technology will really add value in terms of the people and themselves. So actually what we need to understand is where technology is going to change those roles and enhance the workforce and decision-making, and what the really critical questions are. What do people need to understand as leaders about what that technology is or isn't doing, and understand what the limits of the opportunities are for those things, so that they can really understand when they're making decisions and thinking about responsible and accountable use of ethical use of AI, what is the technology doing for them, what isn't it doing? And I think that's where advances in our education system within the leadership domain will really need to increase, to allow our leaders to understand the technology better and when to use it, and when actually it's not the best thing to use. There are other opportunities to deliver the effects that they're looking for.
So we should be excited, but we should also be very aware of the different applications and how the technology is evolving. Chris, if I can come to you next, you've been doing lots of work about the impact of AI on education. Do you agree with what Laura was saying? And what are sort of some of the findings that you have identified?
Yeah, I think I agree with all of the speakers we've heard so far. It's interesting when I relate our journey to the conversations that we've had so far. There's a common thread running through it, and that's the approach to solve a problem. We heard Alan talk about digital patchworks of legacy systems, and then we've just heard Laura mention about the fact that we often find back office particularly overworked with higher expectations for either the same number of full-time equivalents or fewer. And then Jenny spoke passionately about agentic AI. And what we did was to essentially explore a project management situation of how can we use a new technology to overcome some of the fragmented systems and the digital patchwork? How can we reduce the pressures on staff to be able to improve efficiency and, more importantly, effectiveness, with a view to creating human capacity for the skills that we heard Major General Cowley speak about earlier, which is, being able to be a human, to critically think, to empathise, to provide emotional intelligence and emotional support. So I think everything that we've done has very much resonated with the themes that have come through from the conversations. This was perhaps by error rather than judgment. We were navigating a new technology that was ungoverned. So all we could do was relate back to those principles of ethics and moral. Should we? Yes, we can, but should we? Will we? Maybe. Let's look at whether it's the right solution. So I think principally the role of artificial intelligence moving forward has to be one that's considered, but it should be considered across such a breadth of areas. And it transcends sector. It's interesting in the first thought why someone from education on a defence conference talking about AI, but the application of AI transcends the sector.
And when you speak to leaders about, those opportunities for kind of improving processes and trying to kind of overcome some of the fragmentation issues, do you sort of feel that they look at that or see this sort of potential with excitement or skepticism?
I think you see a mixture, and the media's done a wonderful job. When I first started to explore artificial intelligence, the first thing I did was Google whether Cybernet was real. Any student called John Connor would have been put into my classes. So I think that we come from an element of both sides, skepticism and optimism around this. But the reality is the technology is there, so it's around how we can demonstrate its impact. And that should always be the question. What problem are we trying to solve? And how can we demonstrate the impact of ethical implementation? And is there an outcome that warrants the exploration of the systems?
Thank you very much. Jenny, if I can come to you next. You talked in your keynote about human in the loop and the importance of bringing them, not because we don't trust the machine, just because you still need sort of that assessment, that judgment from humans. And I guess my question is, if human in the loop are there to ensure meaningful oversight, how can they properly and meaningfully do that when technology is changing so fast, when we have lots of uncertainty, as we heard from the colleagues there? How can we do it actually well rather than in a tokenistic way?
Very much. I mean, so my team use AI constantly and they are the human in the loop. So I've been kind of witnessing this firsthand. And an example of that is we have a team of 5 people providing tech support in LLMs for an organization of 8,000. And the way they're doing that is using AI to answer FAQs. And then if there's something that comes back that needs escalation, they are the human point of escalation. And that as a journey has been fascinating because the first journey I had to take my team on was, frankly, by using AI, you are not training the thing that's going to take your job. There is that fear in the room, definitely. So you have to take your organization on a journey of this is your new digital coworker. It is not replacing you. It is adding to your life. And then actually giving people the time and the space to realize the benefit of having used that technology in their own workday. So one of the big things that make people happy is time affluence, right? Of being able to spend your time where it brings you the most joy and where you feel like you do the best job. So I think automating things and leaning into AI where they're jobs that people don't like doing, like expense reports or writing job descriptions. I know we've named a few. That's a really powerful way to take people on that journey as well. And then I think the thing that I worry about the most with my team, just being very open with everyone, is that if they're relatively junior and new to the organisation, they have found themselves in a point where they are an escalation point for AI. So for someone like me, I'm used to dealing with things on fire 24/7 because I've kind of worked my way up the org and I've kind of built that muscle. For new people straight out of university or straight out of school, they might not have that yet. So I think as leaders, we have a responsibility to look at how we are also including humans in the loop and how we're letting them have some breathing room around being that escalation point. So I don't know, me and Alan could probably talk about this for hours, the kind of organisational design that surrounds human in the loop.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot to think about.
And I think that's a really very important point. I have two follow-up questions. The first one is what you just said, like, for lots of people who started their career and like without the AI and kind of like, this really easy access, we've built that kind of like, muscle, and we've learned from experience. But you have these, newly graduated that don't have that, but then yet they are. So how do you actually, deal with this issue?
Yeah, I think it's like any skill. It's know your strengths and lean on your team that do have those strengths. So for me, I'm literally VP of AI Innovation, but I would say the juniors on my team are probably further ahead than me on using the tech in their personal lives, leaning into it in their day jobs, because they don't have the processes in place that I've built over years as well. So I think really looking honestly at your org, what your strengths are, what the new people's strengths are, how you're both going to extract the most value from AI. I'd say it's such an exciting and powerful technology because it's the same underlying technology powering everything. Everyone can use it in different ways because we're all interacting with it in natural language.
Right.
So I think encouraging people to be creative within guidelines is actually a really important piece to make sure that everyone's getting value.
Right, having the guidelines, but not a uniform sort of
Exactly,
use based
yeah.
on strength.
Can I just add a quick?
Please.
So I think if we look at how you do problem solving, there's sort of 3 bits. The first one is, what's the real question? And we spend a lot of time trying to understand what's the real question here. The surface question isn't often the real one. So we have to do a lot of deep investigation. And for example, the first year of a PhD is essentially trying to work out what's the question and looking at the literature. It's tempting to say, well, AI does that in 10 seconds. Ooh, well, then I'm not quite sure I understand the problem space. The second part then is, what's the best method to investigate that question so I can get something back that I can justify? And again, you've got a slight problem here, which you say, well, when something comes back from the AI, I don't know the provenance anymore. How did it get that? How can I understand the logic chain of where that came from so that I can trace it back and understand what the fallacies or the limitations are? And then the third one is, I now have to communicate that to an audience. So the third part of the problem solving is, how do I communicate it in a way that's meaningful in this context to the audience that needs to know this? And again, it's tempting to say, well, you just say to AI, give me a PowerPoint, or you say to it, write it as though I'm a 5-year-old, and it does it. No. How you explain something is a key part of how you understand something. So I think we've got these challenges right now, and we have to be very careful in each of those. What's the question? How do I investigate the question? And how do I communicate the answer? We've got real challenges there.
And I guess obviously lots of this is very context specific, right? So what is the problem in a certain organization is very different than another organization, obviously. However, I would imagine that there is a huge benefit of this cross-learning, right? And like speaking to one another. And if I can come to you, Natalie, how much do you think that is happening? Are leaders actually exchanging best practice and good lessons amongst each other? Or are they very much looking at their own context in their own sort of organization?
I think leaders are very much in the best practice exchange phase because we are at the beginning of a sort of new frontier. Although AI has been around for 50, 60 years, actually, its use is very much in its early stages. And actually, we've spent a lot of time at Akamai because there was a study published recently by MIT, you may have seen it, and it said that 95% of AI pilots fail. Now, Akamai, we work with all of the major banks, we work with all the major organizations, we work with defense, and they're spending billions on AI. They're spending, and so the thought that 95% of that is going to fail is frightening. So then it is, what's about the 5% that succeed? And so we spent a lot of time with our customers. I chair a lot of AI boards and AI committees and in customer roundtables, talking about what does success look like for leaders. And ultimately, to cut a long set of discussions short, it came back to some of the things that have already been raised today. So it came back to, you mentioned critical thinking. I think Major General Nick mentioned as well that human-centered leadership. AI interpolates. It looks at a lot of data and it gives you certain outputs. But humans, we all need to extrapolate from that data and use contextual analysis and judgment to put it in our own scenario. We also need to use strategic foresight. And again, AI is a massive enabler here because you can get a lot of information very quickly and you can really understand the different scenarios. But for all of us, we then need to, again, apply our judgment. And then I think the third thing, which is the most important and interesting, I understand it's number one in the Army Leaders Competency Framework as well, is about purpose. Because, you know, for anything that you use, any technology that you use, you need to be able to ask AI, have clarity of purpose about what you're trying to achieve. And we saw when we looked at that 5% that succeeded, they had clarity of purpose on how they were applying AI. And so, you know, we can talk about all of the technology, but actually fundamentally for leaders, what I learned in all of this sort of journey of discovery is it comes back to those human-centered leadership values. We need to sort of root ourselves in extrapolation, in using our judgment, and have that human in the loop whilst we're using technology.
Great. So if I kind of want to summarize some of the emerging themes from the conversation so far, it's exciting, but it's still uncertain. Humans are extremely important. We need to define the problem, and we need to have clarity of purpose in how we're using AI. And we heard also, you know, in this session and previous sessions as well, you know, AI is your friend in a way. Use it and try it in different sort of ways and forms. Try the different platforms and see, you know, what, and especially with you, Jenny. And I just kind of like think about what you said and something Laura said. You said like you say to your staff, look, this is not replacing you. This is helping you get rid of the boring stuff and making our sort of like work more efficient, and so you can focus on the more interesting stuff. And Laura, you said, you know, you also have like a similar message, but I think what is important is in what you said, for now. So for now, this is what what the situation is like. It's not about replacing, it's about enhancing. But we don't know what the technology will do and how it will change. Can I just like go to all of you and just, if you can give me like 30 seconds reflection on this point, you know, where do you think the technology is heading? And can you give the confidence to your people saying like, you know, we will continue to enhance rather than replace? If I can start with you, Jenny.
Very much regretting sitting in this chair. I'm going to offer a relatively controversial viewpoint, potentially. It'll be interesting to see, but I think that we've gone through this huge growth period with Gen AI. The models that are coming out now are kind of iterative in improvement. I don't think that we've seen any huge things. So I was going to say over the next 5 years, I think models will get smarter, guardrails will become better. You know, I think the risks associated with AI will minimize, but I think that the level of help that they can provide to people at home and in the workforce is going to remain around the same level. I'm not one of those people that thinks that AGI is coming in the next 5 years, definitely. So yeah, I think that's where tech is going to be. And then it's up to organizations to work out how it works well for them. And I think there is a lot of noise in the industry. There's a lot of hype. It's easy to get swept up in it. So I think just taking that step back, I think I said it earlier, one thing I do well, one thing I do badly, right, let's test this. Let's work out the value to my business, how I want to lean into this, and then how do I take the people on that journey with this technology? Because anyone who doesn't embrace it, I think, is going to be left behind. But the people who embrace it well and smartly are going to be the people who really, really do get ahead.
That's interesting. So we have a 5-year time frame. Alan, do you agree with that assessment?
Up to a point. You know, we had this idea of the Turing test, and can you tell if the answer that comes back came from a human or came from a computer or a machine? And I think for many things we're now beyond that we can't tell anymore. And in some ways that's really positive, and in some ways that's really quite worrying for all of the reasons that we know about spoofs and what happens with bad actors and so on. And I think the next little bit of time is going to be trying to work out what it means when we can't tell if something comes from a human or from a computer or an AI or some combination. When We're not quite sure of the ethics of what we do, what's reasonable, what's not, and how we define it. When I don't know how you are for those of you using AI, maybe it's for you particularly, Jenny. The stuff I've got right now, I'm not sure anymore if it's mine. I ask myself, did I create this? Is there enough of me in this that I could say it's mine? Did it come from somewhere else? I've used a bit of that tool, a bit of this tool, I put it through that, I then used this to question it, I then changed it. Can I realistically say I understand? In a world of abundance, in a world of AI for everything, I'm not sure anymore. And I think we're going to spend a lot of our time saying, yes, I could do this with AI and it would be better than a human, but I can't do it because I don't know where it came from, I don't know the policies I'll break, I don't know the ethics of it. And I think we're going to be more in that space for the next couple of years than we are worrying about the next new LLM or the next new this or the next new that.
Great, thank you. Natalie?
Well, I'm going to look at it from a slightly different perspective, and I'm sort of more with you and the contrarian. But I will say the thing that we should all be thinking about is that adversaries are using it in their work every day. And so what we see is, that bots and the agentic web, it can be used for good, but it can certainly be used in for nefarious activities. And so we all really need to understand over the next few years, what does good look like and what does bad look like, and how do we manage the risks of the bad? And it's moving at a frightening pace. I'm sure many of you saw last night, Microsoft was taken, they had a massive DDoS attack. 15.72 terabits per second, that's like 1 million people streaming 4K. So it's a lot, it's a massive attack. And so I think what we need to really think about for all of us as leaders is how are our adversaries using that, and how can we be well prepared in the workplace to understand and manage that risk.
Thank you.
I'm not a technology expert at all, but I think reflecting on, I wholeheartedly agree with all of the speakers, and I think going back to the point you made earlier about this there is this really interesting challenge over the next few years about those who are fully embracing it and think that AI is going to take over everything and be the next big thing, and those who are very skeptical. And I think the challenge is for leadership in particular, is how you take all of those people on the journey. What are we going to make decisions about? What do we invest in? What do we not invest in? How do we use AI healthily and considering our adversaries, the risks and other things? I think it's going to be the biggest challenge potentially for leaders, is understanding what that technology is, looks like and can do, but also the journey and the place and space that all of our staff are in that spectrum is going to be a big challenge.
Okay, the joys of going last is I've got to add to that. So look, I'm not the guy to add technical expertise on the panel. So I'm going to apply a more holistic approach here. Every technology revolution has seen skill sets become diminished or redundant. And as a consequence, new ones emerge. When John Deere developed the combustion engine on the plough, the manual ploughs, the job of ploughing the field disappeared, but suddenly we had combustion engine factories. So the reality is technology will, in any guise, whether it's AI or anything else, will displace roles. We've already seen in the paralegal sector that the role of paralegal straight out of university, proofreading hundreds of contracts for months on end, has been replaced by artificial intelligence. But isn't that a good thing? Because wasn't that a waste of a human being? So there's an argument here that it's about understanding the strengths of the technology and applying them in the right way. I think the bigger challenge for us as leaders is the fact we're going to have a generation of a workforce, whether that's in the military, whether that's in education or in software. You're going to have a generation who are experts at synthesizing large amounts of data into wonderful outputs that they don't understand. So how do we judge them? One of the things that I think is really important, we're going to lose experience. So if I were to say Mary had the vast majority of the people in the room, because of their age, no judgment, will think Little Lamb. If you approach a 10-year-old with AI, those 10-year-olds are probably thinking, where is Mary's lamb? I go to school with Mary, the lamb's never there. She never talks about it. Because the reality is they don't have the experience or the intellectual capacity to understand that was a nursery rhyme from a long time ago. And we've heard those phrases. We know Mary doesn't always have a lamb. She might, but she doesn't always. Whereas young people just, well, Mary has a lamb. That's what AI tells us. They don't understand and have the ability to interrogate the output and critically evaluate the data source. And that speaks to the points earlier. So I think the challenge for us as leaders should be less about what jobs will and won't exist and who has the skills and the ability to navigate the ones that do.
And in a way, it's obviously this is a societal issue as well, right? Like, you know, what is this? How do we understand the sort of the new generation, how they're thinking about the word through that kind of prism of AI? I'm going to now move to the questions that we have here from you, and they're all great questions. And if I can start with the first one, we talked about and Alan, you talked about in your keynote trust, the importance of trust. And there's a question here. Whether trust in leadership credibility will be tarnished if our leaders are using AI for decision making and planning. What is your view?
Yeah, there is a real challenge to leadership. You know, the digital world is, I'm your leader, I do what the data tells me, is not quite what we had in mind when we thought about leadership. Where does experience come in? Where does, you know, my judgment, and I think we've got that set of questions reappearing in the AI world. How do we use this data intelligently? And how do we use our human instincts and our human experience and our human judgments in the right way? And I think we're always going to face that. I think when we're in a situation, as you mentioned, where more of the bad actors have access to this as much as we have it, we've got another layer of questions. Because a lot of what we've relied on, again, if I can say this in a simple way, is that a lot of what we do isn't known by too many people. And we rely on that. And when that isn't the case, a good example right now, which you've probably seen a lot, is opening up SharePoint inside organizations is causing huge issues. Copilot is becoming a disaster in many organizations. And because we've been so sloppy in using things like SharePoint, everybody put it in SharePoint, meaning nobody will find it. Because nobody knows how to use SharePoint. But right now, we're running these tools across it, and we can find internal salaries and what, you know, which people are saying what about whom in reviews, because it's all on SharePoint, mischaracterized and mismanaged in terms of privacy. And I think we're starting to see some interesting challenges now as leadership is becoming enhanced or perhaps eroded by this availability of information. If I want to know something, why do I go to the leader when I can find it myself elsewhere? I just go and Google it, I look it up, I go to my nearest Perplexity web browser. I think we've got this interesting challenges. So what am I for? What's my job? How do I use my knowledge and experience and judgment to be effective as a leader in an environment that's like that? And I don't think we know the real answers to this yet. I think it's emerging.
Thank you. Chris?
I think as a civilian, it was really refreshing to hear Nick in his opening address talk about AI might give the military the opportunity to know whether they can take a kill shot, and the leaders will make the decision about should they. And I think as a civilian, that was really refreshing to hear, because the reality is your leaders currently will, I suspect, get tired. They will have bias, whether conscious or unconscious. They will decline their productivity. They will make errors of judgment. And I think that's what we would call being human. Artificial intelligence, in its rawest sense, doesn't have those flaws if it's been programmed right. So the reality is, what we're relying on is the data being given to the leaders, being the purest, most accurate, most robust, challenged data they can, to then use their human skill set to make the right judgment. Now, I'd like to think that that potentially means in the forces that you get the green light to proceed, you make a judgment call about whether that proceeding is the right call. And ultimately, the faith in your leadership as people in the military or in any organisation, you either have faith in your leadership or you don't, and they can only act on to the best of their ability, to the best of their judgments, with the data and the facts they have. All AI should do is give them better data and facts to try to make a more informed decision, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Well, just actually building on that, before this panel, I asked about someone who'd been in the military for many years. I said what we were talking about, and he said that you should use AI as a sort of sub-commander within the group. So it's just part of the decision-making process. You still bring in your other humans, but you use AI as one of your other attributes that you use to make a decision as part of the process. So I completely agree, and I really think that that's going to add a huge amount of value, although you do still need to interrogate it, because actually I do think AI does actually sometimes display biases, or sometimes does, not all the time, infrequently, but it does hallucinate. So you need to interrogate it, but you do the same with a human. So you need to treat it as if it was in human form. How would you treat that?
I learned today that in the theory of agentic AI, that's called human in the loop.
Jen, if I can stay on this point for a little bit longer. I think what I wanted to ask about, I kind of hang on, let me see if I can still remember the question. I guess talking about sort of like decision making, there are people who say by relying a lot on AI, almost sort of like, don't use this decision making powers that we have as much, and then maybe gradually we might become worse decision makers. I mean, there is that point as well, which is, an interesting argument. I think what Chris is saying, look, in a complicated and complex environment, like, sort of like in warfare, human bias can be, a problem. AI can sort of help overcome that. Not always, obviously, but, there have to be like in some parameters. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I think about this a lot. To the point I really want to do a psychology degree at the moment, because I was thinking about, weirdly, my dad is of the age where if he's going to navigate somewhere, he reads a map and he puts it in front of him and he remembers where he's going. And as a millennial, I don't have that skill. I grew up with maps on my phone and, by the time I was walking around by myself. So I worry that if people become too reliant on AI, they are going to lose the ability of critical thinking or, all of those things that we value so much, which are integral in an organization. So the way that I'm using AI and the way I'm encouraging my team is to think of not AI as the smartest person in the room. I think that is a big risk, is if we think, it's got all the data in the world, so it's got to be smarter than me. But it's more, should I be delegating this as a leader? So, for instance, I will always ask AI to do my expense reports. I know my weak spots as a leader. I have a terrible memory like a sieve. So I will happily ask AI how my team performed over the last 6 months to jog my memory so I can personally write that performance report. So I think it's just about being intentional about where your weak spots are, where AI's strengths are, and where you should be leaning on it. I would never use it to write a product requirements document because everything will be derivative. So I think encouraging people to take that judgment and then having the humility to once in a while do your own expense report so you remember how to do it is probably a good thing as well.
There must be an element of remembering or knowing what skills are essential to remember.
Yeah.
So perhaps the wrong audience, but how many people can make fire without a match or a lighter?
Wrong audience.
Yeah, for a number of us, I suspect, not many. Because it's not a skill that I've necessarily needed throughout my life, because electricity is a common denominator, so is gas, so is combustion fuel.
Yeah.
So the reality is which skills do we need to keep?
Absolutely.
And how do we make sure we retain that knowledge rather than retaining all knowledge? My mental maths is terrible. My teachers told me I won't always have a calculator in my pocket. Haha, yes I do. So it's about understanding that skill set.
Can I also be slightly controversial? I don't see the distinction between could and should being as clear as this anymore. Maybe I'm wrong here. I don't think it's going to be as easy to say, the AI says this, now I decide. I don't think that's the way things are going to evolve. For decision bias, because information's changing, because of speed of decision making, because of what the enemy's doing, I don't think that distinction is going to be clear at all. I think that's going to be a really hard leadership issue, is I don't know what could and should means anymore. Maybe I'm out of the loop.
Laura, if I can bring you in, obviously psychologist, right? So give us your perspective.
I don't know if I'm going to psychologize this one, but I think I was reflecting on what would be the credibility of saying I'm not going to use AI in my decision making as a leader, given that, as we just reflected on, actually AI is going to be in things we don't even realize it's in. And some of our information is going to be presented to us having already been through some form of AI. Not everything is going to be something you can, see, taste, touch, etc. And so I think to argue that I wouldn't, as a leader, to make decision making, that I'm going to have a blanket, I won't use AI to increase my credibility, I think it doesn't exist, as we just heard. And I think actually as we are engaging more and being more open to using AI within our decision making processes, I think people are going to expect us to question and challenge and use multiple data sources, as we always have. And so the AI is just, it's not going to be as clear cut, I think, as Alan just said, in that decision making loop.
I have a question, another question, which is on this topic as well. And it asks, and sort of like maybe to the point that you made, Nick, like there are stuff that we don't necessarily need to keep and some stuff that are important. And the question is, what are the primary human leadership functions we must absolutely protect? And how can AI free cognitive capacity rather than create dependency? So kind of we're still on the same topic. Mm-hmm. What are the things that we absolutely always have to have a human, no matter how the technology develops? And what are the things that would be good to, kind of delegate or outsource? Would you like to start, Chris?
Okay, that's a challenge.
So we're not
look, I think the reality is, if you start to think about the what skills we need to retain, it has to contextualise. It has to contextualise to, are we talking about humankind or are we talking about in our role? And there are skills for me in education. Interleaving a curriculum, so making sure lessons overlap. It's not a skill that we need to maintain because the technology will always be available to do it now. Whereas actually empathy and emotional intelligence is a skill I'll need to maintain. Understanding the person in front of me. I think if we're going to live in a world where artificial intelligence plays a prominent role, but the humans are going to succeed and continue to thrive and improve well-being, then things like emotional intelligence, empathy and critical thinking are going to play an integral part. The good leaders for me in the future aren't going to be the ones with the biggest subject knowledge. They're going to be the ones that can understand human interaction, emotion, cause and effect, consequence. So the skills that we need to maintain, it goes back to, again, unfortunately, the point that was made at the opening address, that it's the soft skills that make us human that are going to be the leadership skills that help, for me, good leaders excel in a more automated and artificially intelligence-powered world.
That's a really important point, Chris. Laura,
I'd just like to build on that. I absolutely agree wholeheartedly, and I think we've talked about phrases today like humility and recognizing our own weaknesses, the strengths and weaknesses within our teams. Those will still be critical. I don't think AI is going to be able to manage talent in that way, manage our knowledge, manage our expertise. So building on the emotional intelligence and empathy, I think absolutely critical to leaders, as they always have been. And in some areas, they might even need to be increased to understand the limits and the capacity of what our teams are able to deliver in an AI-enabled world as well, and where their strengths and weaknesses within our teams. But building on some of that, there are other human aspects to not only things like critical decision-making, but innovation. Creativity happens in the margins of things. Now, AI can really enhance that, but there are opportunities for agility and creativity and that humans bring in, especially in challenging circumstances, that we shouldn't overlook. We shouldn't just say, well, what did ChatGPT think we should do? Actually, how can we partner with those things to create that innovation and agility and flexibility?
Thank you.
I do think the one thing I'd add, and I couldn't agree more with everything that you've said, is just going back to that point of purpose. Leadership is really about sort of creating and articulating purpose, and I really think that's a skill that leaders continue to need to use in any field. So I really think that that's something that everyone needs to continue to focus on and to develop and to make sure that they're able to understand, articulate that purpose for the teams that they lead, whatever form they take.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Maybe I can take just a slightly different view, because the management theory is that to be a good leader, we've sort of moved from managing a bureaucracy, I know how to marshal things to get stuff done and I'm in charge because I've been here the longest, to meritocracy. I'm the best at doing something and I know the best people for doing things. I get them together and they're the ones that I promote. To what we might call adhocracy. When there's a problem, I can get something to happen. I can get stuff done. And the leaders are the ones who get stuff done. What's the next one in the AI world after that? And I think it's to do with how you understand this hybrid nature of technology and people and where and when those fit together in order to solve problems. particularly in light of what those around you, in many cases from the military, those that oppose you, what they're doing and how you're reacting to what they do. And I think we're still shaping what that looks like. And I think that's an opportunity for this leadership community to say, what is that? What is that new leadership discipline that is required in that space, that builds on those things, but it's different? What is that? I don't know what that is, but it would be great to think about that.
And actually, there's a brilliant futurist, she's called Amy Webb, if you want to look her up, and she talks about the leaders of the future, your orchestrators, you orchestrate between humans and technology, and I do think that ability to orchestrate successfully, it's always been part of leadership, but now you're doing it across different mediums.
Yeah, I'll look it up.
Jenny.
I think one of the foundations that's never going to change is just trust and transparency and respect. And I think as leaders, we owe that to our teams, but it's also how you get to take people on that journey. I realise my journey is far lower stakes. I write documents. You guys are taking people on serious journeys. But I think when you are bringing AI into a leadership role, I think being utterly transparent with your team around how you're using it. An example for me last week was one of my data scientists delivered a white paper to me, and I took the time to read it and give them feedback, whereas someone else used AI to summarize it. And at that point, I'm like, is that respectful? You know, just because we can, once again, we're back to because you can doesn't mean you should. So I think, you know, building that culture, just to be one of the 95% of people who don't know who I'm talking about, but building that culture within your team of, right, this is appropriate, this isn't appropriate, this is how we all agree we want to use it, is going to be an important part of still having people, frankly, have your back when you need them to in that leadership role.
I completely agree with you, but I'm also thinking it's difficult to do that, right? Because a lot of these sort of decisions are very personal, and you kind of, you know, make your own self-assessment as to what is, you know, what is it? What are some of the tasks that I should do versus what should AI do? And although they might be like, oh, you know, these are some guidelines, enforcement is much more difficult. So I don't know, how do you kind of like address that?
Yeah, I mean,
And can you?
I don't know if you can. There will be people on the panel who know far better than me. I mean, I just try to lead by example. So I'm an open book with my team. I tell them what I've used it for. I tell them what I haven't used it for. I'm very opinionated on what we shouldn't. And that just kind of filters through. But I'm sure there are people far more qualified than me on this
I
one.
think it comes down to culture. I mean, in not every job you get in trouble for the way you dress. Some people will flout the dress code, and we don't necessarily we don't go through a grievance procedure with that individual because their dress code doesn't meet the standards. The reality is the culture is someone maybe pulls them to one side and says, look, in future, that's not the dress code. So trying to have an understanding of what does and doesn't constitute respectful use of AI. It's around the culture of it. I think enforcement typically is when something's gone too far. You only enforce things when the soft emotional side has failed. So there's always a point when you need that. But the reality is if your culture is a supportive one, a positive one that's respectful, one where we have some principles like when it comes to humans, we'll judge them with the human effect rather than through AI or automation. I think it's just down to the way it's managed and the culture of the organisation set.
Okay, thank you. I have a question. I think that's for you, Alan. Technical debt has been raised as a major issue. If you were CGS, what would you do to address this technical debt within the constraints of operational demand and budgets?
Just burn it all down and start again. I think we've got to invest a lot in the technologies that exist. But we do have to find ways, in some cases, for how to migrate. So we've got to find the balance that's needed between where we need to invest to maintain current capability and current performance, and where we're happy to reinvest in some new technologies to do things in a different way. Otherwise, we'll never remove ourselves from that burden. All the change theory, if you go back to Cotter and Lewin and the Elephant and the Rider and the Heath brothers, if you go back to all that change management theory, in the end, if you sort of boil it down, it says people only change if there's a compelling reason to act. There has to be something that says we got to change, because it's not a natural thing. So I think we have to start to focus on what's those compelling reasons. as we're on the Chatham House rules, I was saying to some people, I was talking to my own university a couple of weeks ago about what we need to do to change. And then they completely dismissed me and talked about filling potholes and building more lecture theatres. And I think part of the reason is because places like universities, although they're under pressure, they don't seem a compelling reason to act yet, to completely revise how we teach, who we teach, when we teach. A 3-year course for 18-year-olds who come to a nice, fluffy place like Exeter and, can spend 3 years and their parents are happy. That's what they do. And you say, surely you don't think that's what we're going to do for the next 10 years? And they say, why not? It's still going to be A-levels and UCAS points and, and you say, well, what's the compelling reason to act? And I think often that's what we have to look for. What's the compelling reason to act? How do I understand what that is? How do I not engineer a situation where that becomes more obvious, but how do I present that in a way that makes it clear there's no point looking in the rear view mirror to, if the road in front of you looks like the road behind you, you can drive by looking in the rear view mirror because you look in the rear view mirror and you say, oh, I can keep. When the road in front of you looks nothing like the road behind you, you can't look in the rear view mirror. I think we've got to find a way of letting people understand this. It's not going to look like it was.
Yeah. And I think on this point, because we have time for just one final question that I'd like to ask to all of you, and thinking about, I think you called them, what do you call them? You call them LEOs, the large established organization. I'm thinking about an organization like the army, where changing processes is not a kind of swift thing, right? It takes time, it takes lots of people to say yes and agree and change, etc. And I'm thinking, how do we ensure that we are adopting an agile approach to a technology that is continuously changing in kind of large organizations that move slowly? How do you do that? I know this is maybe a conversation for another hour, but maybe in 30 seconds, quick sort of, insights from you. If I can start, well, no, I'm not going to start with you, Jenny, because I always do. Can I start with you, Laura, perhaps?
Oh gosh, that's the hardest question I think. I mean, so we did some research a few years ago looking at how defence is able to adapt and change. And there'll be people in the room that know better than this than me, but actually under crisis and in warfare, and we are incredibly adaptable. We are incredibly innovative and able to work out what we ought to be doing, how to take a course of action within the boundaries and the constraints that we've been set. And we are probably phenomenal at that in that scenario. Unfortunately, when it comes to business as usual, how to change, what are we going to do about upgrading JPA and all of these things that have a lot of bureaucracy, we find that really, really challenging. And so what we probably need to do, and I'm not answering your question because it's really hard, but is work out how we can take some of the fantastic elements that we have in our doctrine and our behaviours and our ways of working in a battlefield sense, and how we can bring some of that agility back into the way that we manage and deliver the organisation as a headquarters.
Natalie, do you want to go next?
I mean, it is a difficult question. We work with a lot of the large enterprises and they're struggling with it themselves. I don't think anybody has the answer. There's so much technical debt. It is trying to build in that agility. That I like that point that you made about we're all change managers. We have to be constantly trying to change. But the fact of the matter is you go into, I was at Gartner Symposium not that long ago, everyone was really excited about AI, all the things it can achieve, and then someone went, oh, but what about the legacy data? And everyone just deflated because everyone's got that technical debt, everyone wants to be agile. So I do think we need to build that continuous change management into how we operate. It's not easy by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time looking at some of these agile things, and I think the simple version of this, I think, is instead of thinking about agile and trust and so on, we need to think about vulnerability, which is something I think the military understands very well. It's trust in context. You have to understand context. I'm from Liverpool. There's certain streets I'll walk down, there's certain streets I won't. There's certain things I'll do in the day and not at night. It's context. Trust in context. And I think to do with agile, it's interpreting what agile means in context. And the military has been very good at agile in certain situations, in devolving power to small groups being shot at. You need to work out how to deal with that. A lot of the formal agile stuff about Scrum and so on, came from the military. They learned from what was going on and was done well. And then they tried to apply it in context where it didn't work. And that's where a lot of things fell apart. And I think trying to understand agility and trust in context and understanding those contexts and how, as a leader, how I interpret those contexts, I think that's a really critical skill. I think that's where you see leaders differentiating themselves. They can interpret in context.
Yeah, thank you. Jenny?
I think using that context as well to actually set realistic goals is super important. Beware the person who says, I built it over the weekend using ChatGPT, because it's true. We've all got these rapid prototyping tools at our fingers, but they're exactly that. To bring technology of this scale into an organization, especially such a large organization, it needs care and it needs attention, and you need guardrails and security and all these processes, which sometimes feel like they're bogging us down. They're there for a reason. I say that as a startup founder, that's how you know it's serious. But, you know, it's, I think it's so important that people don't get carried away with what they can do by themselves. They still need to remember that context around what is the impact this is going to have? What is the bigger picture? What is the strategy? And then that will help set that rollout plan. And there's no shame in it being slow. It's probably a good thing if it's a bit slower.
Thank you. Final words?
A little bit controversial, perhaps. I think sometimes we are slow because it's not our priority. So the reality is, we've already alluded to the fact that the military can do some wonderful things in a very agile way. I don't believe for one second if the right people wanted to be more agile around the adoption of technology in the military, it could happen quicker. So the reality is, the question is actually, where are we trying to make the difference, and why isn't it happening? Because I think that you can do these things at pace. Technology can be adopted at pace. We create strategies for everything. Does the military have a robust digital strategy that talks about where it wants to be in the next 2 to 3 years? That's the roadmap, the guiding principles to help you move there. If it's fragmented across different phases or sectors of the military, you're never going to get cohesion. I'll take the Department for Education as an example. They fragmented. They delegated authority to MATs, local authorities, smaller authorities, and then individual schools, and then wondered why there was no cohesion. Then you look at somewhere like Estonia, that's all centralised, and their adoption of artificial intelligence has been unprecedented. Because the reality is, you need to look at where the change needs to happen, and it could be that the wrong people are in the room today, or it could be the right people are in the room today. But if the army leadership wants to adopt technology in its guises, including artificial intelligence, rapidly, I don't believe they can go to war tomorrow, but they couldn't adopt technology. I think it's around the right people in the right place, making the right decisions.
Great, and I think that's a great message to end this session with. That's all the time we have. I want to first say a huge thank you to all the panelists for all your really great insights, for your questions. And now we will break for an hour. We'll be back here at 1:30. Enjoy your lunch, and please a big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, please. Welcome back to the Centre for Army Leadership 2025 Conference on Leadership and Artificial Intelligence. I hope you feel refreshed after lunch, and we're now going to dig into the afternoon session. I'm sure you'll agree we had an excellent morning exploring the impact of artificial intelligence on leaders, teams and the workforce, and we are now primed to engage in a discussion about what this means for military leaders. We've heard this morning, AI is exciting but uncertain. We need a clarity of purpose for AI, the importance of humans to maximise the potential of AI, and also to take everyone on the AI journey, the skeptics and the followers. This afternoon, we have 3 keynote speakers perfectly placed to bring a British Army perspective to artificial intelligence. Our 3 keynote speakers will be followed by a panel discussion and the closing addresses. To start the day, I'm pleased to introduce our 3rd keynote speaker, Brigadier Richard Byfield, in his capacity as Army Head Digital and Data. He's ideally placed to us today to speak on artificial intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, your third keynote speaker, Brigadier Byfield.
Good afternoon. Before I start, I'll just reflect back actually on the panel, because I really enjoyed the panel this morning, because it was one of the most pragmatic and down-to-earth discussions that I have ever heard at a seminar about the adoption of, and the practical application of AI. Now, you all want to help and deliver AI to the British Army, and the basis of my talk today is going to be about giving those ideas for what everyone can do to help. But I will probably pose more questions than I will give you answers. So I'll begin. CGS, sirs, ma'ams, ladies and gentlemen, it's apparent that we're operating in a period of extraordinary technological uncertainty. AI, computing, networks, power, all developing faster than defence can adopt them, and certainly faster than many of our current processes can cope with. So we face real choices about where to invest, which ways of working we must radically change, and what skills we now need to build. And although none of us know the exact timeline for AGI or superintelligence, one thing's for certain: AI that is more powerful than any of our own abilities is already here, it's here today, and the pace of change will only increase. So adapting the British Army to this era doesn't start with technology, it starts with leadership. So I'm not going to concentrate on that dystopian post-AGI future, but I will start there, partly because I enjoy that, before considering the current Army position in the AI race, and we're not as badly positioned as many of you have been led to believe, before majoring on the 4 things which I think are important and will best prepare us to lead in a time of such technological uncertainty. So let me start briefly with that future. Not because we should obsess over it, because I think it helps frame the leadership challenge we face now. So a significant number of technologists, maybe not the panel today, believe that in the next 20 years, we will progress from the narrow AI that we know today through a broader general reasoning and into artificial superintelligence. Systems capable of outthinking, outplanning, and outcreating the very best of us. And at that point, AI may even be able to improve itself and accelerate beyond anything we can predict. And I want you to consider one really important question. If a robot can fight, think, and decide better than you, what is your role? Now, for some of you, that's going to feel plausible. For others, complete science fiction. But the challenge is real. Because the ability of a machine to outperform you in parts of your job isn't speculative. It's happening right now. And it forces us to confront something really uncomfortable. What makes leadership uniquely human? What value do we provide that cannot simply be automated? Now, we've already seen AI beat humans in chess with Deep Blue, long time ago, in Go with AlphaGo, and more recently, highly complex multiplayer computer games, really challenging. We're warned of societal upheaval, job replacement, instability, economic shifts. Some fear a concentration of power, perhaps based on those 5 or 6 AI companies that hold global dominance. A loss of human control with autonomous decisions beyond our oversight. This future would mean the end of any army decision-making. Why have an ECAB if AI was guaranteed to make a better decision than the board? But how do we measure leadership? How do we test decision-making in war? Decisions are the currency of leadership. So what is a better decision? What does it actually mean? And who sets that benchmark? And if AI can produce faster estimates, clearer staff work, more accurate projections, how do we ensure leaders remain at the centre, not simply pressing approve of everything that the AI is telling us? And these questions are worth thinking about, not to paralyse us, but to force us to actually consider them. And the arrival of superintelligence would transform security, cyber warfare, autonomous weapons, and even biodesign in defence fields. And if we feel AI-led warfighting is too hard for us to comprehend at the moment, I imagine you'll feel a lot more comfortable looking into the business space. But how would you feel about a bot praising you and saying you've done a good job? Imagine an honours and awards system that's determined by AI reasoning with robotic medal delivery. It's certainly more efficient and saves money. For me, the key difference between that business and the battle space is that we may not have the luxury of choosing to not fully automate in the battle space when faced with an adversary who is. It could fundamentally alter the role of humans in conflict, but we're not there yet. And I very much agree with the panel that at the moment, we have to put the future AI to one side and we have to turn to what matters really most. And that's what we must do to lead, change and deliver right now. AI is already shaping military operations, staff work and culture. So success on tomorrow's operations isn't going to wait for superintelligence. That's just jam tomorrow. We must maximize the technology that exists today, and we must invest with a clear-eyed view of what that technology can actually do. And here's a key point. The Army doesn't control the technology, industry does, but we do control how to adopt it and how to deliver it and how we use it. We've got to work effectively with industry and we've got to become a credible partner. And that means skills, clear requirement setting, and an understanding of our own military infrastructure. So where are we now? I was at a Chief Data and Analytics Officer conference in October with leaders from across industry, leaders across banking, airlines, retail, and not all of them, but the bulk of them all said the same thing. When I asked, well, I feel quite far behind. How are you getting on? They all said, we've managed to adopt Copilot and we've got 50 or so experiments that are really positive running. And all of them are struggling to extract real value from their AI. You heard before, MIT summed it up. 95% of corporate AI investments are generating zero return. Why? Because they're chasing tech without purpose. And against that backdrop, I'll say something really clear for us about the Army. The Army is not as far behind as many people think, but we are far from perfect. And we need to counter that negative narrative. We've got smart, motivated people, we've got resources, and we're really invested in modernisation. And across defence, there are at least 400 live AI projects running right now. A few top highlights for me. A well-reported £400 million sovereign cloud contract with Google, opening up huge opportunities for AI at Secret. A digital targeting web, including Asgard, our flagship Deep Recce Strike digital program, which now includes agentic AI. I've seen swarming UAS and retraining models at the edge, which I thought was really genuine, impressive innovation. We're starting to write training documentation and doing course design with AI. And across the business space, there's a huge, rapid number of growing tools, obviously Copilot, but plenty of others. And very soon, I hope, that ability to build our own agents soon inside defence. This is not a barren landscape, but nor is it coherent. SDR's direction is great for AI and data centricity. So what are we getting wrong? Could be a little bit controversial, but I feel that some of us are too focused on that long-term technology. They're delaying investment. Some are trying to squeeze AI into projects without considering where they fit. They completely lack purpose. Some are trying to adopt AI, but they're entirely led by industry. They just don't understand. They're being led. And some are duplicating efforts of what's already happening inside the Army. And some are trialing something really simple. It just comes with a pretty wrapper, and easily we could do in-house. So that comes to leadership responsibility. I think there are 4 things that the Army leaders must do to navigate in this era. First of all, lead with an understanding of AI, not hype. Lead agile innovation and experimentation that focuses clearly on the user need. Lead delivery by adopting and understanding AI, understanding where it should be adopted, and lead the responsible and ethical use of AI. And these 4 principles should shape how we lead and how we modernise. And let me take each in turn. So leading with understanding, not hype. The fundamentals of AI theory and autonomy are completely stable. The terminology, agentic, reasoning, prompting, it's all learnable. This isn't something that leaders can opt out of in the army. It's no longer acceptable to say, but I can barely understand Excel. Foundational AI literacy is a requirement of command, and the learning opportunities already exist. Digital skills portal, DefNet, SharePoint, loads of stuff on there. DSTL provide biscuit books and advice. The One Big Thing campaign is running for the next year. There's lots of community of interest, tech symposiums, forums such as this. And we're developing foundational training for the army. But most importantly, I feel the serving experts we already have inside defence. People training models, building tools. We have people in our own organisation who've got master's degrees. We're employing people who have PhDs in AI. Expertise is not confined to cap badge or rank. We've got to use the people that we already have in the army. We've got to learn the functionality behind the product, not just the interface. And we can't be completely dependent on a single vendor's pretty dashboard. Leaders must be able to evaluate critically AI outputs. They've got to understand the limitations of the technology they're employing, and they've got to use the tools and learn how to use the tools that we have today. They're the ones that we will have to fight with. And this is the foundation for everything else. My second point is about leading innovation that solves real problems. And innovation isn't about just collecting shiny technology. It's about delivering operational advantage. So 2-year trials for single AI products is completely obsolete, right? We need to experiment, and we need to deal in cycles measured in weeks and months, not years, but we've got to consider the security and the risk whilst we do so. We must really support those bottom-up ideas. And we can't be just amazed by a vendor telling us that they own this transformational product and then take it and show it off on an exercise. That's not innovation. We've got to check the AI landscape tool. So the Defence AI Centre provides a tool, meaning with hundreds of capabilities already on there. That way we can avoid duplication. We can learn lessons and we can combine efforts with other people. Arthur's going to talk next more about how we can innovate and experiment quicker. But my final thought on innovation, and it's a real mindset shift for many people, is that a lot of people feel that they've wasted time when their project is not funded, scaled up, and becomes a core capability. I don't see it like that. I think it's ready to go should the operational system demand. So providing you've correctly adhered to the technical standards being mandated by our Chief Technology Officer in the Army, the bureaucracy will very quickly disappear in wartime. However, if you don't adhere to those standards, you will be introducing unnecessary operational risk. My third point about leading delivery by understanding where best to adopt comes back to purpose. This is perhaps the most practical leadership task, and Hayden's going to cover a little bit about his experience of delivery later. AI should free up time for leadership. It should remove the drudgery, but we're really going to need to work on it. Digitalisation promised the same thing, and I don't feel freed up by getting 100 emails and being in 138 Teams channels, genuinely, chat, phone messages. I cannot emphasise this enough. You cannot automate a process that doesn't exist. So before adopting AI, map your workflows, understand the problem, and identify the data. Otherwise, you're going to develop something that's really impressive that delivers absolutely nothing. The digital targeting web gets this right. Workflows first, tools second. So if your capability development or your commercial process involves 8 steps, and you don't really understand 4 of them because they're a bit fuzzy, AI isn't going to help you with those 4. It will simply automate chaos. I think this links to HQ size and the staff burden. And I've been building headquarters as a signaller for over 30 years. So I understand how hard it is to achieve the dream of reducing command post size. The US Next Generation C2 program, dedicating staff to this, working on exactly the same challenge. And even with all of their work on dispersed CPs, digital optimization, they're still only achieving a 10 to 20% reduction at the moment. And if we want to do better, we must understand our workflows far more deeply than we currently do. And we've got to think about resilience. If we build an over-reliance on AI, what happens if it's denied? Imagine losing your entire planning tool set. Many of us will have been on CPXs where a loss of communications simply means a good time for a brew break. Resilience is vital. Also, we've alluded to it this morning about senior officers may be faced with information overload, faster processes, more decisions, but less time to process and assure that information. And then for our junior leaders, if we automate too much too early on, where do they learn that judgment? Where do they build the experience required to oversee AI recommendations, other than one of my fears is that just rubber stamping what AI is telling them to do? And these are real challenges. They need leadership, not technology. My fourth and final point is about leading responsible and ethical use of AI. Responsible AI is the deliberate and accountable use of AI that aligns with legal, ethical, and organizational values. And most importantly, no matter how much we employ agentic or autonomous in our systems, a human always remains accountable. Now, the Army has a RASO, a Responsible AI Senior Officer, and that's tasked in the Army to direct information. And the RASO ensures that there's clear oversight and accountability at every stage of AI development and deployment. And it's worth noting that when we provided our annual RASO report back to 2PUS and to ministers, we highlighted how governance shouldn't be overly bureaucratic, because I know many will have that concern. Balance here is very essential. We've got JSP 936, we've got an assurance framework closely aligned and federated with a Defence AI Centre. And we've got an Army AI Centre to guide and help responsible implementation. Use them, engage early, ensure everything we adopt is lawful, safe, and morally defensible. So let me finish with a very simple message. We've got to prepare for that radical change now, not the science fiction future, the reality of the present. AI's power is not coming, it's already here. It's able to be employed by both us and our adversaries. So to lead through this, you've got to lead with understanding and not hype, build some genuine AI literacy and understand what it can actually do. You've got to lead agile innovation that solves real operational problems and rejects meaningless experimentation. We've got to lead delivery by understanding our workflows, our processes, and where AI truly adds value. And we've got to lead responsibly, ethically, and accountably so that our AI aligns with the values of the British Army. Now, the future's completely uncertain from a technological perspective. And uncertainty, though, is nothing new for our soldiers. Our responsibility is to lead, not fear this moment. The Army needs leaders who understand AI, who can adopt it intelligently, integrate it responsibly, and who can get their people through the most significant technological change of a generation. And that leadership comes from us. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. So thank you for highlighting where the British Army is now on its journey to implementing AI and giving us some insights into where we all need to go as leaders. Our next keynote speaker is Lieutenant Colonel Arthur Dorr, who will speak to us in his capacity of Chief of Staff of the Army's Experimentation and Trials Group. Arthur, we look forward to hearing you speak.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, David. Yes, I have slides, so I'm anticipating a lot of questions at the end. But Chief of the General Staff, distinguished guests, both in the room and online, very good afternoon. It's brilliant to be here. Big thanks go to Chatham House and to the CAL, especially Dr. Linda and Mr. Kennedy. You've done a great job in setting up today. And it's really good to be here. So my name's Lieutenant Colonel Arthur Dorr. I'm the Chief of Staff of the Army's Experimental Trials Group. And it's my intent over the next 15 or 20 minutes to go through what we've observed on experimentations and trials over the last 3 or 4 years. The classification of today is official. It is on the record. And actually, speaking to a few of you today, many of you haven't heard of what the ETG is. So I'm just going to describe that for a couple of minutes, which will give you a bit more context. So established in April 2021, it consists of a small headquarters in Warminster with 2 main subunits. On the right-hand side, the Army Trials Unit, which conducts user-led trials on capabilities that will be fielded to the Army. These can range from anything like new weapon systems all the way up to high-powered laser and RF direct energy weapons. And they have a number of trials and development groups under their tenure. Then on the left-hand side, we have the Army's Experimental Trials Group, the experimental force, which is currently 2 Royal Yorks. And these guys critically have been given the freedoms and permissions to think differently and fight differently, with many of these new and novel weapon systems not yet in service. For example, they've created their own organic permanent counter-UAS platoon to baseline to see if this is fit for purpose for use in the wider Army. It's also worth stressing the symbiotic nature between the 2 units and also the symbiotic nature between the Experimental Trials Group and industry, something we call TechCraft, which is the mixing of technicians and both fieldcraft tacticians. So more on that later. And as today is about AI and machine learning, so if you think of the Army Trials Unit as being more deterministic in terms of I require an output to confirm an object, so this site must be able to see this drone at 1,000 meters. If it doesn't pass the trial, it doesn't get fielded. Whereas on the left-hand side, it's more probabilistic. So I, as the experimentation director, I can turn up or down the dial and actually add friction to achieve better results. So that's the ETG. A lot of this context has already been covered today. Can you move the slide on, please? Thanks. So a lot of the context has already been covered today. Technological advancements such as AI demand that leaders adapt and reimagine the fundamentals of traditional command and control, and how this impacts on team cohesion, trust, and mission control. As Brigadier Rich mentioned, our doctrine is absolutely excellent, including JSP 936 and the pictures that you see on the slides, and rightly stressed that meaningful human control and context-appropriate human involvement are not optional. As Clausewitz observed, war is the realm of uncertainty. AI promises to unlock that uncertainty, but it also introduces new forms of ambiguity. Yes, AI can act as a force multiplier and a disruptive agent, but it is really testing our values and standards and the very essence of leadership. Are we witnessing AI and machine-waged algorithmic warfare? And it is very much changing the geometry of the digital battlefields. But even given this fact, and I think as we've heard throughout the day, it remains critical that culture is as critical as code, with the implications on leaders being that they must continue to foster human connections and the social fabric of the teams, no matter how big or small they are. But also to encourage a culture of adaptability, innovation, and openness to change. So since being established, we're in the ETG, along with all our partners, including SoldierWorks, all our international colleagues and partners, and critically, all our industry partners. We've undertaken increasingly complex experimentation and trials activity, and some of them are listed on the slide in front of you. First of all, robotics and autonomous systems, so RAS. As our continued drive to fight by recce strike and be more lethal. And as part of the human-machine teaming project, whose aim is to provide more mass, tempo, and risk reduction, and through the use of algorithmic warfare and software such as robotics, uncrewed air systems, uncrewed ground systems, and uncrewed ground vehicles, We've done what General Rainey says, the US Forces Command, is we've traded blood for steel, essentially putting those robots in harm's way in the dull, dirty and dangerous situations rather than our soldiers. But to achieve success and progress here has meant transitioning to a fundamentally and conceptually radical and different force, something that the ETG has the ability to do. The teams have had to rapidly learn new skills, deal with cognitive overloads and networking literally thousands of sensors, deciders and effectors, and speeding up the OODA loops. So for example, on projects like Project Convergence, we stress tested this sensor decider effector network, deploying in 2022 a RAS platoon on PC22, then a RAS company on PCC4, and then this year, we deployed the experimental battle group on PCC5. This included an Australian battle group platoon underneath us, and the intent next year is equally ambitious as we look to deploy the RAS-enabled brigade on PCC6 and integrate the tactical enterprise at brigade scale. And we're also going to include an Australian battle group under our command. So positively, our work has led to the creation of Recce Strike Tactical Doctrine Notes, which is a real improvement for the Army and is proving leaps and bounds that it is making us more lethal. Then again on Project Vanaheim, which is a counter-UAS, joint US-UK focused series of experiments with our industry partners in particular. We experimented with a wide range of AI, acoustic, EO and IR sensors, multiple radars and effectors to deliver decision advantage. This is also TechCraft in action, and more on that in a moment. And then the last 2 points, software-defined swarming. It's been mentioned a little bit earlier, but it's not just about the pictures on the screen, the AUKUS-initiated drone swarm warfare. It's also about other areas such as logistics, where we're experimenting with the same force, the same workforce, controlling many, many more platforms and removing soldiers from those dull, dirty and dangerous operations. And then, just lastly on TechCraft, it's all about partnering industry technicians and user tacticians working side by side. You may have heard the term solder to soldier, factory to foxhole, a little bit cheesy, but I can't stress this enough. It's industry are our critical partner on our journey. And indeed, as the Chief of General Staff mentioned a few months ago, they are part of the fourth arm of defence. So during our experimentation then, some of the observations that I want to go into. We've discovered how many different aspects to AI, some of which are on the slide, really challenge traditional methods of leadership and decision making. One of the most critical is that to be leveraged successfully, AI needs leadership buy-in. The traditional come on, not go on, as we learned at Sandhurst. Also, this should not be hugely contentious. Leadership remains a human endeavour, inspiring followers through vision, moral example, intellectual stimulation and support, and actually looking those soldiers in the eye and explaining and justifying your actions. These are traditional military leadership traits are being challenged though. Firstly, because RAS, robotics and autonomous systems, and AI have dramatically expanded the geometry of today's digital battlefields, and also the force structures. Now, this has resulted in much more dispersed commands, and it's rare that commanders can actually physically check in with their subordinates, face to face, like we used to do. They can do it electronically, but that throws up some other complications. And in relation to mission command, which relies on the decentralization of decision-making, arguably AI is leading to more centralized decision-making, as leaders higher up the chain now have access to real-time data and may feel compelled to intervene. This is quite literally Big Brother and long-handled screwdriver. The other way traditional military leadership traits are being challenged is because leaders are understandably relying more on data-driven analytics and decisions, rather than the traditional intuition or the gut feeling of leadership. AI-enabled predictive analytics are forcing leaders to both interpret and at times to trust those complex algorithms. However, the key thing to note here is that these algorithms and machines do not have the moral or legal agency, and I'll come on to that in a moment. Leaders must be wary of this over-reliance on AI, and as some soldiers sort of experienced and observed on our experiments, they've said that it can create a loss of empathy and respect to those leaders if things go wrong. Conversely, though, if things do go right, it can elevate that leader's impact. And also, importantly, it's not just on the battlefields where leaders can be reliant on AI. This is probably one for the panel later, but for leaders using AI to summarize, let's say, the contents of meetings, as Jen mentioned earlier, that's okay. But can we really justify our AI agents and our digital twins producing our MS staff work and reports for our subordinates? Can we really approve them writing unattributable strawmans? I don't think so. We must also guard against anthropomorphizing the AI, that is, projecting human traits onto machines. And this is going to be hugely contentious when we have humanoid robots cutting around. The key point here is that AI is not yet a sentient partner. It is simply a statistical engine. So Paul Scar described the concepts of centaur warfighters in his book Army of None, many of which you have read. And from what we have experienced on our experiments, human-machine teaming does increase our lethality and is here to stay. But our doctrine clearly states that meaningful human control and context-appropriate human involvement are not optional. They are indeed the moral and operational anchors of our approach. Which leads me on to hyperwar, or singularity on the battlefield. This was Chen Hangwei's hypothesis, a point where machine-driven warfare outstrips human decision-making. And as we saw on Project Convergences and Project Vanaheim, we deployed AI systems on the forward line of sensors, the FLOSS, and also the forward line of robots, the FLOR, to act as those electronic eyes and ears, feeding us digital information backwards to our own troops. Now, they did enable much more improved situational awareness, providing early indicators and warnings and critical insights into things like spectrum management and management of the EMS, the electromagnetic spectrum, which is so critical these days. But the observation here is that singularity is not at the tipping point. There is, however, so much pressure on those commanders that we've seen on the experiments to cede those tactical decisions to the machines. The allure of accelerating that OODA loop is absolutely vicious and incredibly strong. So the rise of RAS and algorithmic decision-making also exposes some uncomfortable truths. Officers at all levels trained in pre-digital era must adapt or risk irrelevance. Now, I'm not suggesting that we're seeing the erosion of the traditional hierarchy decision-making, but the skills that matter most on today's battlefields, such as coding, secure comms, and AI-driven analytics, often sit in the lower ranks, or even outside the chain of command if we're thinking of industry. We have seen that junior soldiers now have access to real-time AI insights, which does challenge the top-down model of leadership and decision-making. So leaders and commanders must balance this reality, again, something we can talk about in the panel. And then lastly, on fake news, a huge topic, and we were talking about agentic AIs earlier, I think it was Jen. I put on the slide, so Tilly Norwood is disrupting Hollywood at the moment. You've got Albania's Minister for tackling corruption, and indeed you've got our agentic AIs that we're using every day in our ETG. But fake news isn't something we in the ETG are experimenting with, certainly not at this classification. And all I'll say now is that our leaders must be mindful of deepfakes and misinformation campaigns, and of course the ethical implications of using AI for those deep deception and warfare. If you're interested, I've linked an article here on deepfakes, which is really, really interesting to read about. And I think you'll be seeing a lot more of those acronyms on the slide in terms of identifying if an article or an image is true or not. Okay, so I mentioned sensor decider effector challenge earlier. And it's how AI changes the very geometry of the digital battlefields. Our experience on Project Convergence and insights from various campaigns have highlighted that the wider dispersion of troops and the use of RAS across the FLOSS, FLOR and FLOT is incredibly challenging, and it is increasing the tempo of kill chains and digital effects webs. Data in this regard is unequivocally the vital ground of the modern commander. And like ammunition, data must be timely, accurate and protected. As AI-enabled systems produce and process vast amounts of data in real time, they're providing leaders with unparalleled situational awareness. In our experiments, we're consistently wargaming scenarios with VR headsets around digital bird tables to leverage this predictive insight. However, a recurring theme that we've experienced is that AI can often overwhelm those leaders with complexity, who risk drowning in data while starving their subordinates of wisdom. That is a quote from one of our experiments. So I'd say, ladies and gentlemen, that decision paralysis using AI is a very real problem. On a more positive note, AI has helped us dramatically with power solutions and sustainment, and much improved resource allocation as we look to optimize logistics and personnel deployments and sustain our power-hungry RAS. Then on industry integration, TechCraft. I've mentioned this earlier, the fourth arm of defence. So during our experiments and trials, we've absolutely lived and breathed this on a daily basis. We couldn't achieve what we're doing without industry's help. And it's all about fixing those battlefield challenges together. I won't lie, at times it's been incredibly difficult, and integrating with industry is contentious at times. Avoiding things like vendor lock-in is a real challenge. But something that we've worked on really hard on Convergences and Vanaheim, and we're actually just been doing with Full Brigade in Kenya on their experiment out there. And we will really experience this on the RAS Brigade deployments to PCC6 next year. And the last point on this is that synchronizing these new systems, new AI systems, with legacy platforms and also with international partners is both hugely technically challenging and procedurally challenging as well, but we are making progress. This has been mentioned a lot today, so training in AI literacy. RAS and AI are placing greater importance on digital literacy, which will quickly outweigh legacy skills. They'll remain increasingly important, and the ability to outpace problems. So leaders don't need to be AI experts, but they do need to be technically literate. One example that we used on one of the experiments on Salisbury Plain was we used the first real-time voice auto-translate application on TAC, which enabled our teams to communicate to more than 4 different nations at the same time without delay and without the use of a physical interpreter. You can imagine the positive leadership implications of this type of AI-assisted technology. Now, another Army acronym, I'm afraid, C2 of UXS. So that means the command and control of uncrewed systems, and it was a bit of a buzzword at DSEI a few months ago. So this really means, how does a leader effectively command and control the panoply of uncrewed sensors and systems on the battlefield without cognitive overload or decision paralysis? Now, trials like our software-defined swarms are attempting to tackle this, and similar to the Ukraine's Unmanned Systems Force or Russia's Centre for Advanced Technologies, or Rubicon, our British Uncrewed Systems Centre, the USC, is going to exploit what we've learnt overseas, or what we've witnessed in conflicts and what we've learnt overseas on experiments. And it really is helping us to bridge the valley of death to get the UXS into the hands of the user. And just 2 vignettes on this. Replacing trust in a machine as your teammate has required a real step change. So the image in the middle of the screen with the red dot around, the red circle around it, is when we were operating robotic remote weapon stations from uncrewed ground vehicles. And when they malfunctioned, or if we pretended to do adversary EW on that, for example, turning it back on the fire in a safe manner, the soldiers lost immediate trust in that robotic vehicle. Understandably. So embedding RAS and AI does take time, and they have to normalize the use of RAS and drones, both in training on all the ranges and introduce them into training establishments at an earlier stage. This will help both encourage trust in their use and also trust in the leaders that are doing them. Another observation we had on experimenting with physiological intelligence, PhysioInt, or wearable techs on the right-hand side. Understandably, any commander wants to know as much as he or she can about their troops. So you can appreciate the benefits of using AI to monitor health and the effectiveness of soldiers. But if the AI systems are telling me as a leader that after a period of experimenting or sustained training, that soldier X is only 40% effective, and then if I have to then launch that soldier into battle and he or she dies, am I then held accountable at a later date? So PhysioInt is great, especially in a training environment. But the use of this type of AI does throw up some really significant leadership and ethical challenges. And then lastly, 2 last things. Regarding the dual nature of AI, it does offer unprecedented opportunities, as we've heard today, but it does offer some significant challenges. And I've included that cartoon just to make the point. I think the point I want to make as well is that some have found using AI on experiments uncomfortable due to the very fact that it can assist the commander, but it can also deceive them, and it's very difficult to get your head around that. So one example I use is that AI systems often lack the contextual understanding that is required on the battlefield. So for example, they have misinterpreted civilian presences on the battlefield. They have misinterpreted enemy deception for tactics. if there is no human oversight. And as we described earlier, there has to be a human in the loop at all times at the moment. You can imagine the ethical and legal challenges that this poses. And on ethics, delegating those lethal decisions to machines raises some profound ethical questions about the law of armed conflict. There is another fascinating article on AI-enabled coups there. I'll let you read it in slow time, but it speaks to this very point. Okay, to conclude, I've taken the prerogative of including the next slide. So it's entirely appropriate that as we're thinking about leadership and character, include a reference to an inspirational and visionary military leader, Admiral McRaven. In his book, Make Your Own Bed, he outlines 10 key principles for life, essentially outlining that a flourishing human and leader tends to their health and their environment. They never stop learning and nurture deep relationships and stay open to new ideas and possibilities. There's a hell of a lot of writing on this slide, but what I've added on the right is our thoughts on what AI empowerment is and can be related to what Admiral McRaven is saying. And I just want to highlight 2 or 3 points. So Admiral McRaven says, start your day, make your bed. Obviously, we say normalize the use of AI, use it every day to get it into that muscle memory. The other thing that was mentioned earlier was get used to using prompting and texting, context engineering. That should be part of your daily use of AI. And also, stay curious. It will fail. AI will fail, but don't be afraid of it. And as teams, really embrace the challenge. Okay, so to summarize, last slide. This one is probably for David and your team. I've mentioned it earlier. Culture is as critical as code. Leaders must foster those digital literacy, adaptability, and moral courage. Churchill once says, to improve is to change, to be perfect is to change often. The Army Leadership Code is on the left. I really like the RAF leadership behaviours, which include change leadership, and I think at some point we need to embed the change and adaptability process into the leadership acronym. Okay, so to summarise, I'll end with a simple truth. AI will not replace military leaders, but it will redefine them. The leaders who fail to adapt to AI may find themselves replaced by those who do. We need to continue embracing experimentation and wargaming, incorporating more AI every day and normalizing its use. For leaders, for this, I'd say it's the art of attention is paramount. In an age of infinite data and distraction, the ability to be fully present becomes a superpower. So don't lose those social and human connections. And as one leader once said to me, the best thing you can do is just drink more coffee with your troops. As I've said a few times, TechCraft is absolutely essential, and integrating those industry partners as the fourth arm of defence is absolutely key. So in the age of algorithms, leadership remains a human endeavour, but one that must evolve at machine speed so that we can adopt AI-enabled technologies to enable us to fight and win wars on the future digital battlefields. Thank you very much for your time, and I really look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Arthur, thank you. Some really fascinating insights there. Time is tight, so we'll move on to our final keynote speaker of the day, Lieutenant Colonel Hayden Gaukrodger, a Reserve Lieutenant Colonel working for Army HQ on the development of uncrewed systems. Hayden, we greatly look forward to hearing what you have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Apologies for the laptop. I couldn't find a printer. But anyway. Okay. CGS, generals, ladies, gentlemen, and all those online. Look, before I start, I'd like to thank actually someone who isn't present in the room here, but Brigadier Caroline Woodridge-Lewin, because not for her support and kind of encouragement, I wouldn't be here probably to tell this story. There's obviously a lot of other parts to it, but she was fundamental in this being the case. So I was incredibly privileged to serve for almost 2 years as the lead in Task Force Kindred for what would rapidly become a Category A autonomy program for Ukraine, with an annual budget greater than even Protector and Watchkeeper. Look, to my mind, this was an opportunity that was the product of about 4 different factors. Like the very worst of human nature, obviously there was a war in Ukraine. Luck, this was actually this trawl, the trawl I was in, was the 4th trawl that I'd volunteered for since the escalation in 2022, and it just happened to be that I ended up in Task Force Kindred. clear mission command, and what I would describe as a culture of perhaps extreme ownership within Task Force Kindred. Now, I'll be honest, I struggle to think up a structure to avoid what might just come across as an unsorted list of lessons from leading around 25 different drone and autonomy projects, from DJI Mavic 3s to multi-million-pound ISR drones. Lessons that would probably just tell you more about how I problem solve rather than leadership and AI, and hence completely miss the point. The other risks, I guess, being the fifth up in terms of speaking. There's obviously significant crossover, let's say, in what I'm going to say versus what everyone else has said previous to this. However, I probably haven't done enough reading of the doctrine and have exactly the right terminology, so I might be able to sort of mask some of that in how I'm going to speak. So I've settled on exploring a single project as a case study that I think offers themes that can be applied more broadly. The key point I hope that you take away is the role and importance of human leadership, thinking critically for oneself and using evidence that is as objective as possible for decision making. Whilst there are many activities that are absolutely appropriate to automate, we've mentioned some of these before, the classic 3Ds, dull, dirty, dangerous, for example, responsibility and accountability, of course, remain with the human. Now the case study. The case study I've chosen, maybe controversially, I'm not sure, is long-range one-way attack drones. Now, those who know me won't find that surprising, but kind of bear with me on this. I appreciate the narrowness here, but hopefully the role of AI, I hope you will see that the role of AI and leadership in particular is significant. I'm also keen to avoid a debate on the categorization of these as drones or munitions or something else. Whilst many will have strong views, I think it's fair to say that the jury in the UK is still out about this. And whilst I'll avoid certain specifics, of course, I deliberately do not have slides, I do think that many of the technical aspects of these capabilities are actually in the public domain now for anyone to read. Now, why was it significant to pick long-range one-way attack drones? Now, I think long-range brings a really interesting characteristic here. By that I mean there is, at best, a very poor communications link to them. More likely no communications, with battle damage assessment of the results of their launch only coming from social media scrapes, human intelligence, and perhaps infrequent civilian satellite passes. Now, this is important as it significantly reduces the ability of the human to alter their behavior after launch, kind of changing the nature of how meaningful human control is enacted. And it also results in very sparse evidence on which to make decisions, a kind of worst case scenario here. By one-way attack, I just mean what it says in the tin there. They're designed to strike a target and are, of course, lethal. Again, for this, that places them in a different category to, say, ISR drones or EW effectors. For the UK, their use by Ukraine clearly requires a weapons review in accordance with Article 36 to the Geneva Conventions. Now, I'm sure that if there had been a way that we could have bought them from Iran, then we would have, if only to deny Russia the supply. But of course there wasn't. So these capabilities needed to be developed and deployed within 12 months of writing the cardinal points on the modern equivalent of the back of a cigarette packet, a single PowerPoint slide. By the end of 2022, the operating environment had already changed considerably. For those of you familiar with the Dunning-Kruger effect, mapping confidence against competence, I was just coming out of the valley of despair and starting to climb the slope of enlightenment, or at least that's how it feels when I look back. Despair created in part by most military off-the-shelf drones failing to perform on the battlefield how they had done in previous, much more permissive, asymmetric environments. Their dependence, maybe to paraphrase here, but their dependence on automated and AI-enabled functionality without the option to revert to what you might call full manual control made them near useless on the front line. Look, now, apart from significant soul searching for me, I think this does offer kind of three clear lessons, the first part of my lessons. First, cognitive bias. Now, as with the adoption of any new technology, try to judge where you and your organization are on that Dunning-Kruger curve. This is particularly critical when you're under pressure to deliver. The cognitive bias that AI is the solution to all your difficulties because you've seen the results of something that someone has said is AI can be significant. Measurement of effect. A lot of people have talked about purpose. I appreciate I've used a different word here, different terminology here. But be clear on what the problem is that you were trying to solve. In Ukraine, the intended effect was defeating Russia on the battlefield, not filling warehouses with drones that didn't work or funding the growth of companies who are not up to the task. Once you are clear on the effect you want to achieve, establish ways of measuring it. Again, for the Kindred drone program, well, that was complicated, but most objectively took the form of operational feedback from Ukrainian service personnel. For those in the military, I would describe that as storyboards. If you can't write a storyboard or someone else can't write a storyboard, you probably didn't deliver the impact that you thought you did. But in other areas, it might be like a measurable thing, might be a reduction in the number of operators that are required to deliver a certain effect, or enhance the impact for a given number of people, say. In this section, also baselining. Look, thirdly, the importance of establishing a baseline. Hey, look, without a baseline, you can't measure the potential difference or the potential performance improvement that AI will make. You know, in this environment, or at least the environment that I'm talking about, you know, a drone needs to be able to operate completely manually before demonstrating that it could be automated or it could be autonomous. I still see that every day in Ukraine. Could someone operate my drone, your drone, whatever, with the GNSS receiver or GPS receiver removed? Like, if the answer is no, then your drone will not work. It won't actually even be possible to safely test it in Ukraine. So that's the context. Let's go back to the story. Rather than laboring through perhaps a timeline of like a job that I once did, I'm going to use a mission as a framework. Look, the first phase of any mission is planning. My long-range one-way attack drone strikes are treated in a very similar way to air-launched cruise missiles. Look, extensive mission planning using all intelligence sources available. Now, AI certainly has a potential benefit here as we try to optimize for a kind of wide range of different factors, threat environments, and increase the survivability and target effect of my strike. However, the benefit in a pre-planning sense is typically at the moment limited, often with good old operational analysis outperforming the use of AI because the planning window is sufficiently long. Of course, if that window was reduced, as it may well be in the future, or perhaps even in the current where we go to war now, it's likely that AI could assist operators arriving at mission plans faster, but I expect this to involve the significant use of simulation to give commanders the confidence that a plan was appropriate. Okay, so where AI does offer major benefits in that part of the mission is in dynamic mission management, but we'll get to that. So this takes us to the next phase. Following the drone successfully launching off the rail, without wishing to overcomplicate this, let's consider perhaps just two threats to a successful mission. One, GPS or GNSS jamming and spoofing, and the second one being acquired by a fire control radar. In reality, of course, there are many more threats, including, I would suggest, the limited number of hours of testing that an original equipment manufacturer, an OEM, has been able to conduct. An issue made worse by the operational imperative to develop capabilities over the winter months, typically, in order to deploy them on initial operations once the weather improves. But hey, it would have been too easy otherwise. Navigating through a battlefield, varying from GNSS permissive to jammed to spoofed from both friendly and enemy sources, is a serious challenge. ISR drones can typically mitigate this through a communications link, reverting to like manual human control. I can literally take back control of that drone if I need to. But for my case study, of course, this isn't possible. I, by definition, defined that isn't the case. And there is a whole field generally described as alternative navigation or alt-nav, offering solutions here using a wide variety of techniques, many of which rely on machine learning methodologies, including seam matching, visual inertial odometry, etc. Let's just call them AI-enabled navigation for the sake of this. But the reality is that testing these systems is difficult, like testing anything, I guess, is. Most only work optimally in a very narrow use case. For example, drones that fly not too fast, drones that don't go too high over terrain that is sufficiently undulating with enough visibility and contrast to make them work. Hey, well, maybe it is possible to layer a range of these different solutions that each answer a different sort of use case. But typically the target price point that I'm aiming for like this kind of low cost mass that I'm delivering here doesn't usually allow for this. So significant compromises need to be taken. Look, now leading a project like this and making decisions requires evidence in order to be objective. Evidence based on data that is incredibly sparse. Look, let's say that for an indicative long-range one-way attack drone, like the overall budget, like the amount of money for like a given platform cost that I might spend is, I'm pulling a number from nowhere here now, like say 25% of the overall cost of the platform. Okay, well, even at like large-scale serial production of these things, it's likely that the starting price point for any one of these technologies that can solve, unfortunately, only a very narrow set of my use cases is already at that 25% level. And in order for this system to be effective and to pass this Article 36 weapons review, I'm going to need at least 2 or 3 of them. There are going to be some very hard choices to be made if I want to be able to sort of, I guess, hold my hand up maybe as a commander on the battlefield and say that I'm actually enacting meaningful human control over this system. Look, so the lesson I draw out of this part is evidence gathering. So you have your high-level measurement effect, the thing that I'm trying to optimize for. You've got your baseline, like what is the performance of my system without AI? Now you need to ruthlessly gather data from all potential sources. I've already described the BDA problem, the battle damage assessment problem for long-range one-way attack drones, but typically the objective data gathered from operational launches has been less than 5% of the overall number of launches. So that is the level of sparseness in which you have to make decisions in this kind of environment. And that decision is, do I include one of X? Do I include one of Y? Do I make them, 10 times more expensive? Do I reduce the cost? Whole loads of different challenging decisions that need to be made during this. And so it's not great when you're trying to make these statistically meaningful, justifiable decisions, especially if you're trying to justify those to the 5th floor of the MOD. So back to the mission. My drone now has this amazing AI-enabled navigation system. I've made all these kind of compromise decisions that have got me here and can execute what you might call a kind of pre-programmed mission. The issue now is that the enemy has a vote, of course, tending to move their threat systems around the battlefield, funnily enough, rather than remaining where they were in the pre-planning mission. So being detected on the battlefield is very costly to avoid. Remember, I'm trying to do something at scale, high degree of mass here. I can't sort of invest in super fancy coatings or kind of, zero-day solutions for this particular application. So I'll accept that I'm going to be detected. But what is not acceptable is being acquired. Once my drones are acquired by a fire control radar, typically their chance, from a surface-to-air missile complex, their chances of survival now are very low. My ability to have an impact on the battlefield is going to be very small. So you want to avoid this. Now this is what I might describe as dynamic mission management that I highlighted before, like where the drone is essentially processing inputs from its own sensors, or even other drones, for instance, within the same sort of mission, and conducting something you might call mission autonomy. The issue here is that this is typically currently focused on the much higher and more exquisite platforms and isn't currently being deployed, certainly as far as I'm aware, in a wide-scale sense for this kind of low-cost systems, focusing more on the higher end, the unmanned combat air vehicles, the things that might be components of, say, GCAP in the future. Essentially, you've taken a drone that works under manual control, you programmed it to follow an automated mission, you included this AI-enabled navigation system to somehow mean that it's more likely to work in the environment it's going to operate in, and now you've introduced some sort of decision-making capability based on inputs that only it's going to measure during its mission, and you're not going to have a way of communicating with it to understand why it's making those kind of decisions. Look, the potential for unpredictable behavior is really significant. Even with the use of kind of like supervisory techniques, and there are some out there like runtime assurance and others. As far as I'm concerned, JSP 936 does a great job of laying this out in detail. But I would suggest that as a commander who's exercising this meaningful human control of a drone that's using AI to conduct dynamic mission management, I would expect a significant and understandable evidence case to be developed and presented to me before I was accepting that risk. Now, this is why I would say my next lesson is modeling and simulation. However, in my experience, this is an area that tends to be really minimized or even ignored when we're trying to deliver under pressure. An afterthought with the potential to be game-changing in this kind of data-sparse environment, where even the resources required to conduct additional testing is significant. I mean, I'm not really even touching here on the our testing and trialing estate, but that's an epic problem. I kind of like joked maybe a bit about the weather earlier, but the ability to trial systems like this is very, very difficult. Okay, we're now into the part you perhaps expected me to lead on, maybe the terminal phase. All the previous challenges have been overcome, and our drone knows where it is, and it's somewhere near the target. In many ways, this is where the problem actually only starts to get kind of challenging and knotty. Like the best case, of course, is that it's not well defended. It doesn't have more electronic warfare assets in the same vicinity or counter UAS systems that there are on its route to get there. Now, this is the scenario where the Article 36 weapons review typically focuses on, and the drone can then conduct this kind of pre-programmed terminal maneuver with its navigation system intact based on, let's say, more traditional systems that aren't AI enabled. This is things like a hardened GNSS signal and a robust inertial navigation system. Perhaps our kind of comfort zone in many ways. There are well-known and well-understood technologies for this, such as things called controlled radiation pattern antennas, for instance, that don't exhibit emergent behaviors based on AI. And if you presuppose that these are the target conditions, which you're effectively able to replicate in testing, then you can potentially achieve high levels of accuracy and minimize that collateral damage, things that everyone wants to be able to hear. The issue, of course, is that, well, for how many targets is that the case? Why would the target be less well defended than like the waypoints along the route? I mean, that's a very selective reading of this use of these types of systems. And I think for me, I guess it goes back to, well, what data was available and a decision based on like the percentage of time where this was meaningful versus the percentage of time it wasn't and the cost of kind of doing so. And I think that's a sort of classic challenge that you're going to have to deal with under all of these systems, particularly that involve the application of a new technology, in this event, AI. Now, there are obviously potentials for more accurate versions of this alt-nav as I've described it, but currently they're not sufficient to support a strike. And I'd also say that we haven't got there yet on the kind of, it's not just the moral and ethical side. I don't think that is the challenge. I think from the understanding of what the role AI is playing within this when it equals a lethal action at the end. So looking at techniques from drones, I guess, that do have comms links, Recce Strike has been, well sort of signaled. These are very different. They're not long range. You can talk to them essentially, and they can use algorithms, AI algorithms, things like pixel lock and AI tracking you may have heard of, that essentially use computer vision models to either identify a target or highlight targets, and then the user then goes, hey, it's that one, not that one. Or the user says, hey, look, it's that set of pixels. That's the thing I want to track in this scene, is that set of pixels. And then I want you, as the drone, just to be able to track it and then eventually intercept it. Look, now that sounds good, yeah, for sure. And even meaningful human control is relatively obvious as long as I've got a comms link to the end and there is an image of what the drone's going after. I, as a commander, can go, hey, yeah, that's it. The conditions are still true. I still want to strike that target. Or, hey, no, conditions have changed. I don't want to do that. That's relatively simple. However, this isn't the case for long-range one-way attack drones. So how is it possible to assure this phase of the mission to a degree that a commander would accept that risk, I guess, and ultimately the responsibility for doing this? Now, this is ground that is only, I guess, just been broken at present. But perhaps it's no different from Copilot running on ModNet, maybe in some ways. It goes back to some of the fundamental questions that any leader should ask when using AI for high-stakes applications. What are the functions that are based on AI? What are the models that have been used? And what data were those models trained on? Look, if a commander is not entirely satisfied with the answers that have been given to any of these questions, then the capability, in this particular case, is not ready to be used. I'd expect that in this example, defense would require ownership of both the models and the training data. Look, evaluating models, we're not necessarily talking about foundational models here. Perhaps we're talking about a computer vision model that's perhaps used at the endpoint of this. Perhaps that's a role for DAKE's kind of recently announced AI model arena. It might not necessarily be where they've initially first thought of it, but it's certainly a meaningful application, rather than just using kind of, relying on industry to use the latest open source YOLO version 11, for instance, computer vision model. And data. Look, defense can't expect manufacturers to deliver solutions without providing the training data and for that to be meaningful. I mean, I see that all the time, if I'm honest, but they are definitely, defense is asking the wrong questions then. How on earth did it exhibit that behavior? What was it trained on to do that, rather than just being overawed by the kind of the bounding boxes and thinking that that's significant? And even better yet, defense probably needs to actually train the systems themselves. I, as the manufacturer of this, provide you with a system that has sufficient compute on it for you to implement your model that you've assured on your training set that then you've deployed. It's now not my problem, that part. My problem was to deliver you a platform that actually worked with enough computational power to run the model that you wanted to run on it. Look, to me, this highlights the requirement for a close coupling of data gathered through ISR drones and the use of those on-strike drones. Anyway, I probably stretched this use case far too far, sending you now all off confused in various ways by being overly sort of technical about this. But to summarize, I guess these are the lessons that I would say. Cognitive bias, don't believe everything you're told. Just because something is described as AI doesn't mean that it is. Measurement of effect, what problem are you actually trying to solve? Baselining, what is the performance of the system without autonomy and without automation? Then let's work on whether you can automate it, whether that's meaningful or not. Evidence gathering, much like the scientific method, collect evidence on which to make decisions from. Yes, there's obviously a time and a place for leaders' gut feeling or whatever, but if there is a way of gathering evidence, or at least you thought of that, then you're going to make much more meaningful decisions that are justifiable. Modeling and simulation, AI often introduces emergent behaviors. If time is constrained, then it's highly likely that modeling and simulation will help improve your understanding. And finally, ownership of the models and the data. Hey, look, for high-stakes applications, is it safe to rely on manufacturers potentially training open source models on open source data sets? I would say the answer is a pretty solid no. And finally, I guess what I'd like to leave you with, trust your instincts. I mean, I'm very much a product of the army system here, and I think that AI has some amazing ways to augment human leadership, but don't forget the human along the way. Thank you.
Thanks, Hayden. Thank you to Hayden and all of our speakers this afternoon. We've now got just under 20 minutes to get a coffee, the break upstairs. If you could be seated back in here for 3 o'clock for the afternoon panel session. Thank you very much.
Okay, so good afternoon, CGS distinguished guests, both here in the room and also online. Welcome to the panel session. So I'm Claire Fry, I'm Director of Functional Integration, so I'm one of the digital directors in Defence Digital. I'm really delighted to be hosting this panel today.
So in my remit, I have all manner of things, actually. So one is looking at the digital spend across defence, which is about £4.6 billion per annum. So pretty small as far as the defence budget goes, but pretty sizable for any organisation that spends money on digital, including satellite launches, etc. I've also got in my bailiwick the Digital Skills for Defence programme. So super delighted when Rich mentioned earlier the Digital Skills Portal available through ModNet on your front screen, which gives you access to all manner of digital learning, from the real basic stuff right the way through to some super technological sort of, for experts as well. And I also run the digital function, so work really closely. We've got 18 CIOs across defence that really represent all parts of defence. And the whole point is to really try and get that ecosystem working effectively together. Delighted to be joined by my panel members. So you already know 3 of the panel members. I just wanted to also introduce, really importantly, Lieutenant Colonel Kitty Small, who's from the Army AI Centre. So Kitty, do you want to say a quick hi?
Yes, hi, I'm Kitty Small. I'm the lead for the Army AI Centre, which is a small organisation in Army headquarters working to Brigadier Rich, and in turn the Army RATO as a hub of coherence and authority for governance for Army AI. I know you're all like, well, where's that AXO on Army AI governance? And, watch this space early next year. But in the meantime, JSP 936 is the authoritative guidance, and we have a SharePoint, so search us up and use the interim process. I would love to take the opportunity, if it's okay, to say a little bit more about AI governance in general, particularly based on some of the stuff that we've heard from the speakers this morning. And the situation that I would like to talk about is not necessarily our strong AI or artificial general intelligence, which I'm really glad to say most people are not countenancing or basing our planning on. But the reality of what we are already asked to plan for now, and will have to do so at a higher level of complexity in future, is where we have super intelligent, narrow, but still to some extent generally adaptable systems, i.e. can perform outside what they have learned through their training data, that are super intelligent in some narrow ways, but then also completely non-human, non-recognizable in other ways. So if we approach them thinking that they're thinking, then we're going to have really big issues. That's the situation now, and that's the sort of imminent governance challenge. And whilst lots of people have observed that technology is changing quickly, I don't think it's ever going to change slower in future. So putting whatever we need to put in place now to deal with accelerating change in future is what we've got a bit of time and space to do. What exactly does that look like? And clearly, we know from history that even software mistakes can result in big human costs. So the military is very much in the space of dealing with that risk to life and that human cost. We are a high regulation industry for a reason, not the move fast and break things space unless it's actually deliberate. And then we're balancing that with this accelerating pace of change. And really, the answer links to the stuff that Hayden was talking about earlier, which is about the evidence base for how any commander or any tactician can employ an AI system. That evidence base goes from the tactician that is going to be using the system, the commander that has deployed it in an operational context, and then all the way up through every decision maker to the politician that signs it off. We need that evidence base to be digitalized and decentralized. It has to be decentralized because the people that are accountable for those evidence are those commanders that are using those capabilities. It has to be digitalized because otherwise it is going to be a royal pain in the backside, and we're never going to actually do it, or we're not going to be able to do it in a timely manner if we're running around pulling together information. If I can, I'd come in on another point, a second point, about how we as soldiers in the military use AI, and it's probably more on the leadership front than the AI, and it's particularly about work displacement and essentially the massive, huge opportunity to stop doing stuff that we hate doing. I think, and it's not even so much the dangerous and the dirty stuff, it's the dull. We take people, we put them through training, we get them to this exceptional level of soldiering with some of the best training in the world. We put them on exercises where they're challenged and in these amazing environments on deployments. And then we put them in some units and we put them in headquarters and we make them do genuinely terrible things. And I'm talking about cutting and pasting data between systems and building really intricate PowerPoint slides and cutting around, getting across an information picture that should be there, but all of a sudden your job has become basically just getting across it, or, you know, worse, pretending that you are. Getting AI right for those mundane day-to-day purposes that Al Brown earlier on talked about, you know, we do it, it could be the exquisite tech and going after the operational use case, it could be in that agile way, for example, for Kindred, or it could be, you know, through the big modernization programs like the way we used to do it, or it could be the mundane stuff. But that mundane stuff is foundational to us getting it right all the way, because every time we accept it the way it is, we're indoctrinating ourselves into the fact that the digital tech is not good enough. I think there's a really funny dynamic there, because when we train, we're trained to put up with stuff that's not good enough and just to get on with it. And the thing we need to change is thinking the digital technology is not like the weather, that's something that's gonna be rubbish and we have to put up with it. It's something that we have the power to change. And the shape of AI in the future is gonna be in the hands of the military people that are designing systems now. We need to take that opportunity to make it the way it should be, not the way it's just gonna evolve otherwise.
Amazing, thank you, Kitty. And just sort of moving into the questions then from the audience is, so, you know, a lot of things that people have learnt today around AI, I'm sure a lot of food for thought, but how does this audience, both in this room and online, how do they engage with AI? How do they get involved if people are kind of sparked with the interest?
So there's a number, firstly, everyone in the army, everyone in the military should have a foundation of AI literacy skills. And there's a number of good sort of online courses through Digital Skills for Defence portal that give you that pathway. Also in the AIC, we can do in-person training. Get in touch with us. If something like at unit level, where we can draw on some of these experts that Brigadier Rich mentioned, with like PhDs in AI, to do something that's a bit more rather interactive. Until they really get that AI delivered and interactive online training in place, which is what I'm sure we're going to be doing in the future. But the main way and the most powerful way that I think people in the army and across defence need to learn about AI is by using AI systems, and increasingly and at pace through Defence Digital, through Defence AI Centre, and within Army Digital Services as well. Those kind of systems are being deployed so that people can use them and experiment with them and start really thinking about how they do what they do and how they would do it augmented by that kind of technology, what the limitations of that technology are. Because that bit of thinking is never going to be centralized. To get it right, it's going to be completely, it's going to be with the people that have got those AI systems in their hands.
Brilliant, thanks so much, Kitty. Richard, I was going to come to you next, if that's okay. So a question here around warfare is ultimately about hearts and minds. Is AI-generated misinformation Western democracy's soft underbelly? It's a good question.
It's a big question, and I don't think there's any expertise on this panel who should be able to answer that outright. I guess if you approach it from a people process tech, if I talk about, I guess, thinking to what capabilities the people and the units that defence are trying to contribute here. We have some. I know NATO are contributing units, or starting to build units to provide that sort of counter-narrative. And within the Army, we have 77 Brigade. And whilst I can't go into specifics about the operations that they conduct in this area, I can tell you that they are very active and they have capabilities to do so. I think it also comes back to that training and education. Educating our people, guiding them to guiding them more to the right information and to the right sources of information. And that's something that we should probably try harder to do, to provide that advice. I think that works at a government level as much as it does inside defence. Policy and governance, it's hard, isn't it, to apply policy and governance to do such things, to force people to do particular things that we know are in their best interest, but makes it feel like we're applying control over the state. I think there is a degree of transparency from the media that's required. I believe that there is, some of the EU AI Act, Online Safety Act in the UK, that they're starting to get after some of the protections that could be applied in this area. And I think for the technology as well, it's very deep tech and hidden from us, but in the cryptography, the watermarking of the technology, there are definitely ways now of assuring that that information has come from a credible source.
I'm also interested in jumping on the question and it's a shame, it's sad that the questioners are not in the room so we can ask for the clarification. Because disinformation is when someone deliberately does it, right? Misinformation, is that just when, chatbots come up with stuff that is actually BS and they don't even know they're not telling the truth? There's a really interesting article written by the BBC. I mean, they've got a bit of a vested interest here, and let's not go no further in terms of questioning misinformation or disinformation originating from that source. But they wrote it on behalf of the European Broadcasting Company, which analysed news from AI agents with something like 57% incidence of mistakes in those reports. And it's like, yeah, they all looked plausible. They all looked like really shiny summaries. But the fact that greater than half of them was wrong, I wonder, is that the misinformation the questioner is talking about? And if it is, it's back to the literacy thing in terms of addressing it.
Absolutely. Anyone else?
I was just going to say, it's all about the approach as well, and it's teaching our soldiers just to be sceptical about everything they see and witness. I mentioned fake news in my presentation in terms of it's out there, be able to spot it, be able to flag it up as and when you can, and treat everything with a massive amount of caution.
So treat everything with a bit of a cynical eye then, maybe?
The clue's in the title, artificial. So artificial intelligence will inevitably be fake.
And it comes from understanding the tools you've got, doesn't it? So if people are, obviously the Gen AI tools are at the forefront of what most people are using in their own personal life at the moment. So I think people do understand the capabilities of those tools to be able to generate video and picture which could be used to misrepresent what the person was saying.
Definitely. I guess with anything, it's understanding the power of it, isn't it? And it's understanding the pitfalls as well. And I know, so for example, I've got 2 teenage children. They absolutely love ChatGPT. They're all over ChatGPT for, making videos and doing all sorts of things. But they're also pretty savvy on hallucinations and the downside as well. So I guess that's sort of incumbent on all of us. Whereas the new generations are sort of coming through knowing this stuff. It's almost for us to sort of catch up, I guess.
If people are interested, Hoffman's just written a very good article on cognitive warfare. Cognitive science is massive at the moment, and a very good book on this is Mind Wars. So the ability to impact and affect soldiers and actually dissuade them from getting to the battlefield. So it's massively important.
Go on, Hayden.
I mean, I guess there's another layer to this, isn't there? We've talked a bit about if we are the targets of that. Say, for instance, of course, say people in the army are the targets. We talked a bit about educating all the individuals to be able to understand whether, or try and judge themselves whether this is misinformation, perhaps, or not. But I think there's like another layer for commanders, which is perhaps maybe I've got some resources. Maybe they sit in 77 Brigade or somewhere else, and I can't apply those everywhere. It's like, I guess it goes back to the point I was trying to make about baselining. How do I then measure the overall kind of capacity across my organization, the overall effect that possibly misinformation or disinformation is having, and then where do I target my resource? Because I can't target my resource everywhere. It's not possible, is it? And I think that's critical because, perhaps that's a bit about knowing thyself. Where are the cracks and weaknesses in my organization? Am I going to try and pull apart the the Royal Artillery versus the Air Corps, and pull on like some seam here, so there's some misinformation because I realise there's a tension and I'm a bad actor and I'm going to pull it apart. The question I think for commanders is, what resources do I have? How do I measure where I need to apply them? And then how do I apply them? I think that's what I would say.
Perfect. So I've got another question here. So 400 AI projects live across the Army. We need to avoid duplication. How do we make sure that we improve visibility? I think it's probably a good one for you, if that's all right.
Yeah, we'll take it, definitely. So the Defence AI Centre, who we link in with and talk to basically every day, run a landscape, a Defence AI Centre landscape. It is, obviously you can modnet it and it's linked from our SharePoint as well. We use that as the primary data source for Army AI projects as well. So instead of running something separate, it should theoretically be all there. And we are also just putting in a proposal that will go through the Army Digital Authority to say, actually, we're going to put use cases on there as well, because they can filter it down to use cases. And this, we hope, will help, firstly, stop these recurrent ideas sort of going around when they never get taken forward, or they got taken forward and they got stopped for a reason. You can see it's a use case, you can see it's what stage it is in development, but it also potentially could build towards something like Trade Twins that the US have, where you have that exposed backlog of use cases which can get picked up with industry, and it helps us move towards industry solutions meeting our actual requirements versus us responding to well, what do you want? We've got this thing, which is not good for either industry or defence.
Amazing. So it sounds like we're actually quite joined up across defence then.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Good
Just
stuff.
love taking the
Probably
Defence
just
AI
add,
Centre's
so
working.
Defence AI Centre's got a cohering role, Army AI Centre as well. And then as a joint organisation as well, we need to be learning from the RAF and the Navy. And we are absolutely learning from our American and Australian partners as well as our European allies as well. So there's a lot going on. It's a massive area to cohere, but we are making progress.
Brilliant. And would you say it's a team sport? I mean, I've just come from an event with industry where effectively we're saying, look, this has to be government, it has to be industry, it has to be defence, it has to be partners and allies all working together. And so, your views on that would be...
So, well, that's the whole reason the Defence Uncrewed Systems Centre has dropped the D, I think. So now we're going to be collaborating more with HMG, with police officers, with international allies and partners to really spread that knowledge as quickly and as fast as we can.
Amazing.
Go on.
Go on.
I do want to add, it's important to note that the idea of a landscape tracker, that central body of trying to understand all the things going on there, that's not centralisation of the innovation. They're not trying to stop things. It's not an authority portal. It's merely a way of hoping to better bring those communities together. So it really is a team sport. It's not, people have to be really clear, because they often think there's some central authority that's going to stop them doing all of this innovation. That's not true. The aim is that this is an area where you can see what other people are doing, build on it, collaborate, even check where someone else has failed. You may wish to pick that project back on and take it in a slightly different route. And I feel that it's the DAKE or the Army AI Centre are not the places where everything is being delivered. It's far from it, but I do see a role in hubs of innovation like an ETG. There's these certain places where you can go and they've got a really good handle on all of the experiments going on. Now, I should probably just double check back on something I said about the sort of the industry role in that. And my sort of negativity around industry raising an experiment up that's just without checking ends up on an exercise just being shown off. I ought to be really clear what I mean by that, because we don't know everything that's out there, and it's really essential that the people who are much closer to technology bring it to us and let us know what it is. But I do see a role in making sure that the organisation, the people in the Army who you approach, take more responsibility for finding out whether that's really what they want to do or whether it's being done by someone else. The blame's on us. That's our responsibility to put that work in and to check and then come back to you before something new is kicked off and before we invest any money in it.
Absolutely.
I would probably just make a quick plug here for D Futures' ARRR.
There we go.
The Army Research Repository, Report Repository. So it is a fantastic resource. It's where we suggest everyone goes if they're thinking about a project, trying to be innovative, seeing if a report has already been written both by us and by our international allies and partners. So the ARRR.
And it's powered by AI.
And can I
go for it?
I mean, I work in industry now, so like, you know, I think I it's like gamekeeper turned poacher. It's not the wrong way around. Like, I think this tricky part of this relationship with industry is really difficult. You know, there's a sort of panacea of rapid procurement. We see that, you know, everything should be done faster and quicker and stuff like this, shouldn't it? You know, inevitably means you're pretty much buying something that's off the shelf. Well, like, how did it get on the shelf in the first place? Like, if you didn't make it, if you didn't put a demand signal out that said this should be on the shelf, someone else did. So, you know, do you understand why they did and what compromises that other government, let's say, because it's a military equipment now, maybe, did to put it on the shelf? Or it's a civilian equipment and it's kind of, you know, dual use in that sense. Well, then someone else is driving the development of it in terms of, like, perhaps its roadmap and where it's going that isn't you. Like, you are just absorbing it at a point in time, and then it's going to keep going on in a different path. And if you take it on yourself, typically you're going to involve like significant costs of doing that. And I guess the way, you know, I am absolutely a big fan of, you know, these problem books, you know, whatever you want to call them, MSIS problem book, for instance, or the Army's kind of problem book. But there are too many problems. Like, there are not that many problems. Like, with some thinking, well, almost anything can be an AI project these days. I'm surprised there's only 400. I would have thought that there were multiple ones, even within one particular project. There were lots of, you know, I tried to highlight in my talk that there were about 6 different AI problems that I was trying to solve just in one particular project. We overcomplicate that. And by overcomplicating it and having too many of these things, we make it very hard to ingest, digest, to understand. And probably news now need AI to interrogate the thing in the first place. So I think the role of, like, thinking, you know, having more time to think maybe, and then going, hey, look, actually that just looks like a subset of this other problem. You know, recce strike, well, that just looks like a subset of the point where I didn't have comms. You know, going back to my own example, well, that must be easier because now I do. You know, simplify things and then be much clearer with industry in terms of what you expect out of them. That's what I say.
Hayden's showing his time now because it's now called the Army Challenge Set. So we don't have problems, we have challenges. But I would say on industry engagement, this is why I'm pressing home so hard on TechCraft. You know, we describe the 3 valleys of death in innovation and the experimentation world. So, you know, you've got that concept to prototype. That is a massive valley for people in industry and Army to get over. But then you've got that prototype to actually product, to see if it's good enough for the user. Is the widget in the right place? Is the strap on the wrong side, et cetera, et cetera. And then you've got the product to scale, which is often the hardest, and getting from that TRL 7, 8, 9, you know, they're all 3 massive leaps, and, you know, we're all on that journey together.
Absolutely, and actually the session I was at this morning, we were basically saying in that first stage, it's really coupling up the user problems, isn't it, with art of the possible, isn't it, and how we get those 2 things coupled up. And that scaling piece, I think, is a challenge in defence we will have to solve quickly, you know, with kind of time marching on. So.
Maybe it's a challenge for hardware more than it is for software. And I think you alluded to some modularity. It should be a principle for our adoption of AI because the possibilities of changing quickly opened by that are huge. And I think both industry and also the potential for more upskilled Army developers could really add to a collaboratively generated powerful capability through committing to that as in the first instance.
I mean, I stopped using the word innovation, like in anything that I was doing, very early, because it turned out that we needed that every single day. Therefore, it becomes meaningless by talking about innovation, because it then sort of feels like it's a silo with people who are just doing innovation rather than just like the delivery of effect. And, you know, if you need innovation every day to maintain relevance in terms of like the impact you're trying to do, it just is part of real life. You know, I think what Arthur's saying with like innovation, prototypes and products, like we live in a world where we're just in a prototype. You're always in the prototype phase. It never really gets to product that then kind of like scales massively. It's just what level of acceptability is this prototype? Does it, in a physical sense, have like wires hanging out of it, and I just be very careful with it and not drop it, for instance? Or is it quite polished and maybe it can survive me dropping it? Ultimately, if it has an effect and is meaningful, and you tell me not to drop it, I'll probably do that, because actually I'm now more effective if I don't. It works in it works under more conditions than it doesn't, for instance. It's just what level of kind of prototype you're able to accept. But if you think that it's never a finished product and it always needs innovation and constant work on it, then I think you're in the right sort of mindset.
I'll just challenge that or caveat it with, we need to make sure everything is safe before we hand it to the user.
Safe enough. This is the thing,
Enough,
and this is why like that.
Operations and then training.
Yep.
Look at General Nick's panoply of things he's got to control.
Yeah.
Giving an unsecure or an unsafe piece of equipment to a cadet or a junior soldier is very challenging.
It's irresponsible if it is more unsafe than it needs to be. But ultimately, we do have to train in with dangerous things, and then when we move into operational space, we will also be using them within limits. Hopefully, not don't drop this thing or break. But in some cases, yes. The awareness of the limits of the system and the appropriate management controls, that's the thing that is going to make it okay. The continuous, always at prototype phase, that completely applies to software, because you will have to keep moving to stand still with AI model deployment, as they're trained on data, and as soon as the context changes, they're out of date. And then also on the flip side of that, you get an opportunity when a more powerful model drops, you can't just say, oh, sorry, that whole capability is not working anymore.
So Kitty, I completely agree with that. One of the things in the digital skills program is I would so love to engender across defence a continuous improvement mindset, where we do the next thing, and then we improve and we evaluate, and you mess up on something and you learn from that, and then you get better. Because I genuinely think that could be a game changer in terms of how defence operates and how fleet of foot we can be as well. Much quicker at getting things into service and changing as we need to for the context. I've got another question, which actually, Hayden, I was going to send your way. So if society increasingly uses AI for everything, is there a difficulty for the army in ensuring its leaders can evaluate, decide and lead when the tech inevitably goes down, or when radio silence is needed?
I generally don't think the principles have changed. Whether it's AI or some other, what you might call kind of disruptive technology. Yeah, we the army, typically does live in a world where I should expect to be able to still use my compass and a paper-based map, and I should worry about whether I'm deploying somewhere that I'm not going to have any batteries, that my phone or my electronic map isn't going to work. So, I think we have kind of reversion baked in, and I presume that's still the case. I'm sure General Nick will say that it is still the case. So I think that's a very good mindset in the first place, even if the remainder of society is now completely attached to AI enabling kind of all of their activity. I'd say that we're not. But I guess an example from my own experience, we had all these drones and they seemed to be great. We'd bought lots of them, other people had bought lots of them, they seemed to be fantastic. But they were kind of defeated pretty rapidly. And whilst these are not topics that we talk about, I expect that even within the army, if we were to red team our own kind of capability or use of AI, I think we would be able to defeat ourselves also very rapidly. We probably don't want to talk about that, just want to become better at it. But all of those things are very, very vulnerable to attack. And I think that's something that we should be clear with society on, that whilst it's more convenient for them to live in this world where they aren't under threat, they will be, or at least we will be on their behalf, and that's important and that's meaningful.
Did others want to chip in on that one?
I totally agree about the reversionary mode, especially as we've got loads of legacy platforms out there which will probably never be AI capable. We can play God mode on many experiments and training. put the EW denied environment, which I think is absolutely critical. And we always say we have to plan for discontinuous comms, so it should be baked into our work.
It's baked in with my pad here, just in case the laptop pad, but yeah, good. Right, so I've got another one here. How do you see AI supporting leaders in reconciling the paradox of serve to lead and the mission first imperative? So Arthur, do you want to have a go at that one?
The paradox, okay, so I think it's very context appropriate, as in context specific, depending on which context the questioner is talking about. Serve to Lead is a great book, and I've got it on the desk, and I read it prior to this conference. It does talk about leaders must know their men. Obviously, leaders must know their men and women now, and increasingly so, leaders must know their men, women, and robotics, or humanoids, or AI language. So I'm glad Jenny brought up RAG as an acronym, time to first token, and all these acronyms that they need to be speaking every day, the digital language. So I think it's mission specific. The three big risks to mission being, the risks being risk to mission, risk to life, and then risk to reputation. And I think probably the third one to that is reputation. If we stray out of our values and standards, then the army or defence could lose its name very quickly.
Any other comments on that one?
I think it's back to that point about AI to support you. So it's using these tools that we're introducing to support what you're doing. None of us are advocating for removing the leader from the decision making. We're all advocating for making the best use of the tech. Kind of goes back to that point about resilience though as well, about keeping that. It's something that I would always, throughout a whole career, communications of building headquarters, there has always been that point about PACE, primary, alternate, contingent and emergency communications. We're always expecting, we always have to be prepared for a part of the network to break and for us to have to revert back to a traditional way of communicating about making decisions and about ordering people to do things. As I alluded to though when I spoke, I think we need to train better for that. I think people are prepared to do it. The however is often when we do it from my experience at a more senior level around command post exercises, we struggle to simulate and to plan removal of communications from, or removal of the technology from the exercise. People would rather put that to one side and continue in the short period of time, maximise the period doing what they're meaning to do. But I think in order to perpetuate this, what is good leadership, what does a leader do, whilst using technology, I think we need to maximise the technology, load people up, use it for the exercise, and then switch it off and genuinely keep it off until people respond to it properly and try to make the exercise and to make the training appropriately able for them to do something. If that means using a novel means of communication or working for the rest of the exercise for days without the AI decision support tool which they've become accustomed to, then that's what we should do.
Go for it, Hayden.
I guess what I was going to say is that I also think that I think the question is sort of alluding almost to machine speed decision making here, and that we can't, we've seen this kind of nirvana here where there's always the opportunity for a commander to make kind of almost decisions in the moment. There obviously is a load of circumstances that we foresee in the future when that's not going to be the case. So how do you deal with that? In my area, that's been mostly confused because we've been chasing platforms all the time. By that I mean the physical kind of embodied part of it. It needs to be big, it needs to be small, it needs to go a long way, it needs to go on the surface, it needs to go underneath the surface, etc. And we find that we're almost always trying to build something new, something different, rather than focusing on, well, how does that autonomy that enable that work? And there are bits that we should be investing in more for things like these supervisory functions. We talked a little bit about them in agentic AI, but for instance, runtime assurance is a key part within my area. It's essentially saying, I don't know what happens in the black box. Like there's some magical decision making that's going on in the black box based on a whole load of emergent behaviors that I could spend, people write doctoral theses on what it's doing or how it's doing it right. All I really care about is when it goes outside the boundaries of that. And I want to make sure that it's bounded in the right way, and then I'll allow it to make decisions within the box. As long as they don't hit outside the bounds, it can do that at machine speed. And I think that's where we really need to be spending more of our time, more of our focus, so we can prepare for these eventualities where meaningful human control is like, well, I just turned it on, and now it works until it hits a boundary, and then it will stop.
You have to explain to me, Hayden, what does runtime assurance mean? Sorry. This is literacy.
Literally is a technique, mostly in software, to be fair, that says, hey, look, whenever an output from the system is outside of a kind of defined boundary, it's unacceptable. I need to revert to some other, and then puts in a sort of deterministic approach to it.
Okay, so just like a way of continuously monitoring a AI system where you can't explain the deterministic logic of it end to end.
I guess that's why I led the sort of supervisory element to it. But I think that's what we need to think about if we generally are going to operate at machine speed, and there isn't enough time for any of us sat here on the panel to go, choose between a range of options.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like you're advancing the thinking into the system design, because I was surprised at how often earlier on today, I heard the phrase human in the loop. I don't think so. And if you haven't done the thinking about the system design before it comes to the point where you're feeding a human outputs from a system they don't understand, even if it is classic machine learning, not your black box type system, then you are not having effective human control. You're basically just like human washing it by having someone there. So the imperative is on the commanders that are designing operational systems, the people that are sponsoring these projects and interfacing with industry, to basically do that thinking first. And it is a lot of an evidence base to get it right. But we should be standing on the shoulders of other people who've done that work and iterating it as we use it in simulated environment. In fact, actually use it and then using it in training environments as safely as possible, and then ultimately use it in deployed space with measures of effect.
Our simulated environments should be working 24/7, 365, in conjunction with our international partners.
They should be joined up as well, shouldn't they?
Absolutely, absolutely.
We're increasingly using the term human on the loop, I suppose, rather than human in the loop. And you'll start to hear that more, I guess, from the Army, in that it's not a case of being in the loop and being that person who ultimately is just rubber stamping everything. As you say, we don't need to do that, but you need somebody there who can have a degree of being able to turn something off when it's not doing what
when your runtime assurance throws up an error.
So just on that, do you see an eventuality where we will train, even in a simulated environment, in human out of the loop?
I think it's something we have to train for in a simulated environment, and we have to move in that direction.
We can do that for you. So if we get that demand signal and authority, we'd like to do that.
It's a challenging topic to approach, obviously, with defence policy, in terms of legal
ethics,
and ethics. Yeah. However, I'm sure there are ways that we can approach this in order to be prepared to match what an adversary is doing.
And it's already happening in the air domain, for instance, where it's way too expensive to do most of the things you're talking about. I suspect, Hercules and some of those kind of other projects, that are doing significant work in advance of GCAP that, is only ever done in simulation because it's too expensive to fly.
The thinking from this at defence level and around the defence community is really advanced as well. And I would commend to anyone, as well as JSP 936, the recent Alling Turing Institute report on system cards for assurance of AI used in defence systems. This is all about having safe autonomy that meets our UK government and our allies' commitments, because we can't work with our allies unless we stick with meaningful human control. And we don't want to deviate from that. But how do we ensure safe system autonomy for maximum operational effect within that construct.
Fantastic. It was a really rich discussion. Let's try for another question. So how can we be systematic about gathering battlefield relevant data, that's allies, exercises, experiments and synthetics, and securely share that with builders of AI systems? Any thoughts around that?
Something that I was going to say earlier on that I forgot to say, and it was linked to what you said, Hayden, about electro-optical, like measuring electro-optical effectiveness of models that make object classification based on that kind of data, is that you will be very happy to know, I'm sure, that in the DAKE Model Arena project, the Land ISTAR program are leading that electro-optical assessment of electro-optical classification models as an army use case. And that essentially foundation of really solid reliability testing is going to be the foundation of effective model sharing, potentially with allies, and also our ability to use industry models with confidence without jeopardizing their IPR or without having to own their IPR, which might not be necessarily realistic. It is also a really interesting project because that team that are working with it are really having to crash through a lot of issues about what the data set is and where it is in terms of storage, which we hope are going to set the conditions for it to be easier in future. And it's taking advantage of opportunities like that I think will help to get us into the place where it is a lot easier in future.
I mean, we could get totally tied up in that and the classification of that information and that data. I think from an industry perspective, I'd just be like, hey, you give me the model, you give me an indicative set of data that is not classified that I can then at least do my level of sort of system testing. And assuming it passes that level of system testing, will you take it away now? Because I don't want a top secret classified drone or a computer system or something like that I can't deal with, say, as a small innovative OEM. It's not going to work. Like you can, because that's your problem, and you can deal with the classification of those types of systems. But you need to be as open as possible. Like industry aren't going to be able to guess what you're thinking. Like if you know that that is the case, then tell industry that that will be the case and start building up to it. Like you now need to have drones that have a certain ability, certain amounts of compute left over from all the other functions they need to do to be able to run this model that I'm going to provide you. And you need to make sure that you've got electro-optics integrated onto your platform that's sufficient enough to work with the data I've got. Cool. Well, tell industry that. I'm pretty sure they don't know it. So
although to be fair, you don't want to shut down a potential solution. Like say you had that rule in place and then an industry player came in with something that just did it better, no matter what. We'd be buying their hardware and their software and we'd be putting it somewhere in our capability picture. So although we love people who will give us the models, it's not a given. You need to be like, let's take as many as possible. I mean, this is true between allies as well. There's something about the scale and the diversity of people working on it that if we say we need to have all the IP, we're not going to get the best capability in the end. It's like, how do we get that?
I don't think it's only the IP. I think it's like, you're competing for the very best in the world in models, aren't you? Like you want to see those models and then you want them, a version of them that perhaps you control to be almost like under license back to others, like without taking the IP off the company that originated it or trying to reduce the amount of competition there is, because obviously competition drives innovation and that's, I think, what you'd like to see. But you don't necessarily, if I'm a company that doesn't have that kind of expertise, doesn't include employ a whole load of software engineers and data scientists with PhDs who are able to develop those models, I'm going to take them from somewhere else. And that's a concern, I would say, to defence, and I think that happens all the time.
I'll just add that, as I mentioned, data is the ammunition, and from our point of view, there's three enemies of data from an experimentation point of view. So it's latency, it's overload, the complexity and the cognitive burdens, and then it's the classification, as Hayden's mentioned. So, for example, on Project Convergence Capstone 6 next July, we've already written the data capture protocols. We're already sharing that information with industry to say, hey, listen, I want you to focus on this because I need a measurement of effects, not a measurement of activity. So that I can then use that evidence in a meaningful way to then influence balance of investments.
I think we recognise the challenge and just say we understand that data for simulation in training is what we absolutely know what we need to do. We're certainly not there yet. I think we should be prepared to buy data. We should be able to be prepared to buy in a lot more. We should be prepared to set as part of our requirements for any of our capabilities, the digital twinning of capabilities so that we can ensure that it's part of our simulation. So I think, there is definitely more we can do in this area.
And the irony that, some of our data, data in silos, haven't we, and compartments, and, some of that absolutely, but some of that is not by design. That is just because that's how things organically grow up. Actually throwing some AI at some of that will actually help us to get out of that issue.
Yeah.
So it's going to be both a problem and a solution, I guess. Right, I think we've probably got time for one more question. So here is the Army distinguishes between command, leadership and management. Much insight today has focused on the impact of AI on command and management. How does AI specifically impact the uniquely human capability that is leadership? That's a great question.
It's a tough question.
So, I'm going to start this off, but roughly slightly in the dark. If leadership is who we are, how we interact with AI could change who we are. Certainly, the way we have adopted software in the Army has changed our relationship with that technology, and it's changed our culture. And where we have had suboptimal adoption of software, and it's not just the Army, right? I'm not saying this is a universal problem. We just kind of maybe hold ourselves to higher standards, but it affects our cultural attitude to software, and then therefore how we use it in terms of thinking data is important and recording it and so on. AI is going to do the same, even to an even higher effect. So it's worth us thinking now about exactly where we use it in even management functions, which basically have a leadership implication. Because if you say, okay, where someone gets posted as management, let's just automate that and make it nice and optimal, it has a leadership bent to it. So having had that properly thought through from a leadership point of view is the challenge that sits on our sort of policymakers all the way through that HR pillar, but all the way down to unit level, people who have to deliver those decisions.
From my point of view, leadership is all about knowing your soldiers, so I will squeeze every bit of effort that I can out of AI systems to know my soldiers better, know what they're thinking and feeling, and you cannot remove the social fabric of the human dimension. So, like I said, drink more coffee, go and see your soldiers eye to eye. It's also about the way you engage with AI. The soldiers will look at that. So that's a really different perspective. And also, all this AI capability will be available to our soldiers. So they will be using it probably against us, saying, who's this door chap that's taking over this platoon? Or he came last on PCD, which I didn't, but they will be using it against us to say, okay, what does he know? What does he like? Is he a good leader, or does he prefer looking good in AI to get higher grades? So we're on a journey together, I'd say.
Absolutely. Go on, Hayden.
I guess it's funny. I would say that we didn't focus on command and AI. I think we focused on leadership and management. If I think back through the day, I think we could have done talks about command. That would have been probably an entire day in itself. But I think on the leadership in AI, there's kind of a leadership kind of with AI that perhaps, and there's leadership in the context of AI, the fact that AI exists, whether you're using it or not. And I think those are two perhaps different aspects that maybe we need to think about as leaders and individuals. Yeah, I mean, you can't clearly be a good leader if you don't know yourself, and maybe one of the ways of knowing yourself is to test yourself under all sorts of conditions that have AI as a, how do you deal with that, and how do you deal with people you have to work with who are using AI perhaps much more fundamentally than you are, and basing their decisions on some of that and in trying to then inform you. So I guess that's what I would say. But yeah, we've missed the command in AI. Not missed it. It definitely would have been.
I think we mentioned trust a lot during the presentations, and trust is like glass. So once it's broken, you cannot mend it very, very well. And so it's your interactions with AI, and then being a genuine leader. I think the genuine things that we've seen in experimentation is just be honest with us.
I don't think we'll become overly focused on the technology. I don't think we'll lose sight of what leadership genuinely is. And I don't think General Nick will let us.
What I was going to suggest is, just for the last couple of minutes, is maybe each of you just to give a final kind of thought for the people in the room and also online. Maybe I'll just kind of start with, it's just hearing this conversation and some of the previous conversations. The human on the loop piece, I think, is really important. Is, where is the human aspect and how do we make sure that gets drawn through? Definitely something around, being educated and making sure that we understand and have an element of cynicism, or understand the models that we're using, so that we're better able to interpret and, have a sense of, what we should do and what we shouldn't do is really important. And so, yeah, a bit of a plug for digital skills again. And perhaps I'll just hand over to each of you. And, yeah, if you could give some final thoughts, that would be fantastic.
Yes, certainly. Well, I think it's quite as simple as adapt or die. So if you're not adopting AI, then other people will, and they will absolutely leapfrog you. So it has to be embraced and included in every part of training, in barracks, but then also relayed onto the battlefields. And then the other point I mentioned on sort of being genuine and having humility when you're using it, because soldiers will see through the fact that you've either used it to your advantage or you are preferencing AI ahead of them.
Okay, thank you.
If you're bringing something in, genuinely understand what that capability can do. And I think most importantly for me is train with the tools you have, because they are the ones you're going to fight with today. So don't lose sight of training with what you are using and spend all of your time searching for the next big thing. If you spend all of your time looking for future technology, when you go out the door, you won't be able to use the applications and the tools that you currently have.
So there's a bit of being in the moment and using what we've got?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, perfect. Kitty, what are your thoughts?
So I think everybody is here or listening into this because they appreciate that human thinking, is really important. And I guess my one final thought would be on this: don't outsource that. You can't outsource that. Brigadier Rich just said, everyone is going to have to use the tools they've got right now, instead of waiting for that panacea capability solution. And don't get me wrong, exciting stuff is coming online and that capability will be adopted. But even still, it's about innovating with what you've got within safe limits. And that tough challenge requires thought. So not outsourcing it to machines, and not outsourcing it to any sort of software or hardware delivery agents, be they industry or even be they within our own organisation when we think, someone else should be doing this. Just own the problem end to end.
So we need to be masters of it still.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic. Hayden, over to you.
Probably what I would have said. But, okay, so another point, you definitely need to think, you definitely need to take time and make time to think about this. Perhaps to say something else now, maybe it's a relationship with typically industry. A lot of this stuff, we're not building it ourselves. It's coming from somewhere else. And I think there needs to be clear transparency from you and from industry on what it is and what it isn't, what actually is AI doing for this and what isn't AI doing for this. I think that one is the first point. And the second one is actually there are humans at both ends of that. I think there was a human that was involved in making this thing in the first place, and there's a human that's involved in employing them. I think that the relationship and behaviors between those are really, really key. And I think one of the big problems that we have when acquiring this type of stuff is that we typically just focus on sort of technical elements to this, rather than necessarily hey, this industry partner, trying to measure them on whether they have the ability to make the thing that you were interested in, rather than having the thing there on the shelf now. Maybe that's going to be more important in the future. Can I measure the behaviors and trust in this organization that I'm now intending on having a partnership with that's going to result in a greater capability on the battlefield. I think, have a think about that.
Fantastic, thank you, Aidan. So just remains for me to say a massive thank you to you in the audience for some brilliant questions. Tested the panel quite well and got a bit of debate going, which is fantastic. I also just want to say a huge thank you to my panel members. So yeah, thank you, Rich, thank you, Hayden, thank you, Arthur, and thank you, Kitty. Fantastic job. Just very quickly on logistics. So for those that are online, we will go to a blackout for a couple of minutes while we reset the stage. And I think there'll just be a couple of minutes for those in the room while we do that, and then we'll be on to the next part of the agenda. So thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. And so we move to the final phase of the conference, which starts with an address by the Army Sergeant Major, Warrant Officer Claswell Miller. Warrant Officer Claswell Miller joined the Royal Corps of Signals in 1999. Operationally, he's deployed to multiple theatres, including the Balkans, Iraq, and multiple tours in Afghanistan. He's held senior positions at every echelon of the Army, including Regimental Sergeant Major of 16 Air Assault Brigade and Signals Squadron before commissioning in 2021. Since commissioning, he has been the Command Sergeant Major of the 1st United Kingdom Division and subsequently the Field Army. On completion of the Intermediate Command and Staff course land in March, Warrant Officer Claswell Miller was appointed as the Army Sergeant Major. Army Sergeant Major, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, sir, for the warm welcome, and good afternoon, everybody. Before I start, I just want to take this opportunity to thank D Leadership and the whole of the CAL team for delivering a fantastic event. I've personally found it really useful, and I'm sure other people have enjoyed it as well, so thank you on behalf of us all. Now, unfortunately for me, I've been given the impossible task of trying to summarise the day, and I've not had the opportunity to drop my notes into AI to do it for me, so you have to bear with me. But I'm also going to offer the soldier's perspective, and my reflections are threefold. Firstly, why is AI important? Well, as we've seen today, AI is not on the horizon, it is here. It's changing how we fight, how we lead, and how we learn. Now, AI is not a magic wand. It is an extension of human judgment. It will never replace leadership, it only magnifies it. And as models become faster, the real bottleneck is our ability to understand and act on what it reveals. And to bridge that gap isn't about more computing power. It's about building trust, context, and clarity that turns data into decisions. And if we look at that through the lenses of a targeting web or chain, and we understand that AI will shorten the time from sensor to effector. But that only happens if we trust the system, understand the outputs, and act decisively. This is no longer just a technical challenge. It is also a leadership one. And I believe the future belongs to organisations that think as teams. So AI is considered a shared tool set where everybody learns and scales together. So in our sense, every soldier is a sensor. Every insight is a military option. The faster we learn, the faster we adapt, the faster we win. Secondly, what must we do? Well, to lead in this era, we must evolve and educate ourselves. So if understanding AI builds confidence, trust in AI builds competence. And I think we need to train our soldiers to grasp what AI's strengths are, its limitations, and its biases. Because that's how we build confidence in the tool and each other. I would like our people to view AI like a teammate. And like any new member of that team, we need to integrate them, understand them, and train them. And then I want them same people to trust AI like they do other members of their section. Because AI is unlikely to fail technically, but it will fail behaviourally if leaders view it as a shortcut rather than a capability we must develop. And that is why in training today, our officers have been introduced to TechCraft, so they can lead more effectively in the 21st century. And I also know our soldiers understand the importance of this and are doing the same, because I've seen it when I've gone around our army at first hand. But I'd also like our people to be critical friends. I want feedback loops to be mission critical. So as new AI initiatives are introduced, it's treated like an after-action review, when we explore what has happened, what have we learned, what will we do next. And if we patent this loop, we not only capture the lessons, we codify adaptation and adaptability. And that is everybody's responsibility, from private soldier to CGS. Because in the future, the fastest learners, not necessarily the best coders, will have the advantage. And then finally, I think we need to protect the human edge. Now, I think the real advantage isn't artificial, it is human. Artificial intelligence provides and highlights patterns, but it doesn't give context. And I think the very best leaders in the future will use AI or see AI as a radar on the bridge rather than the captain at the helm, where they see AI as an extension of their senses rather than removing their judgment, empathy, and courage. Leadership is human. It always has been, and it always will be. And AI will change how we lead, but it will never change why we lead. And even in the golden age of AI, the most technically advanced systems in the world still rely on the oldest competitive advantage, and that is human trust. And that is why I believe in the next 20 to 30 years, the most powerful weapon will not be a machine, it'll be the mind that knows how to use one. Thank you.
Thank you, Army Sergeant Major. And now to the closing address of this year's conference by the Chief of the General Staff. General Sir Raleigh Walker was commissioned into the Irish Guards in 1993 and commanded the Grenadier Guards in 2009. He served in Northern Ireland Afghanistan and Iraq, as well as in joint command operations across Europe, the Middle East, Africa and South America. He's commanded a company through to brigade levels and on the staff served in brigade, divisional, army and strategic headquarters. His initiative to increase fighting power of the British Army and gain a decisive edge in the unfair fight is not underestimated by anyone in this room and on the online audience. And the encouragement for us to think and do so differently is a great challenge as well as a great opportunity. Sir, thank you for your time today.
I think hold the applause until the end of this one, see whether it's justified. I think after following the Army Command Sergeant Major, it's always a difficult act. You speak with great truth and clarity, so thank you very much indeed. And I'm really glad that this conference is not titled Leading Artificial Intelligence, because I know that we would have a very short conference if it was a judgment of how far we are leading it. But I'm very glad that it's the context of leadership in the context of artificial intelligence. So allow me to begin by firstly thanking the Centre for Army Leadership for your foresight in convening such a timely and crucial discussion. And of course to Chatham House for hosting us, and to all of our speakers and panelists for delivering some excellent and thought-provoking points, all of which will resonate down the years. So if, after all, Microsoft's CEO Satya Nadella declared that AI, and I quote, is the defining technology of our time, I think the least that we can do is recognize that this applies as much to the business of war as it does to any other field of business. And so to put a twist on Trotsky's time-worn quote on war, you may not be interested in AI, but AI is going to be interested in you, by which I mean us. And as we have heard, it is not a distant prospect, but a present reality. So AI is already shaping the information landscape. It is already having an impact on the decision-making environment, and it is already questioning the ethical context within which military operations and commanders do their business. It is already enhancing our foresight. I'm absolutely clear that it will give our forces much greater agility, and it promises to help us build much stronger and resilient foundations to face evolving threats. So all good. Yet we also know it challenges those very foundations of our fighting system. So how do you maintain that compassionate human touch to the lethal business of combat? How do you preserve trust and confidence of those in whose name we operate? And how do we cultivate an organizational culture that absolutely thrives amidst this transformational change? So to close today, I'd like to reflect on those themes through three sort of core lenses. Firstly, I'm going to touch on how AI will transform our notions of military command, and I'll give you an insight of what that means for the British Army today. And when I say command, I'm referring very specifically to that authority that is invested in a commander for the direction, coordination, and control of military forces assigned. And that speaks to the first duty of a commander, which is to make decisions. Secondly, I want to cover the ethical and legal implications of using AI to do that, to fight a system which increasingly includes novel technologies. And then that has a bearing on the third lens, which is really the business of leadership in battle. So to the first, to the British Army approach to AI. So AI is transforming command already, fact. That is in terms of the scale, the speed, the complexity, and crucially, the lethality in battle alone. And in the introduction, you heard the commitment that we are making to improving our fighting power. And at the heart of that is the power of artificial intelligence to help us find the faster, better, cheaper way to do this. So our focus in the British Army, quite rightly, as you've heard from some of the panelists, is on adoption now over perfection of models to come. To learn as much as we can by doing it now, to better understand and shape what is possible as this extraordinary science evolves. So there's no question, and I am really clear, that we in the British Army are in the foothills where others are already well up on that S-curve of adoption. So I can personally cite from personal insights what the Ukrainian armed forces are doing and what the Israeli Defense Forces have done only in the last couple of years as to where they are on that scale. But we have, as you've heard, used it on operations to great effect already. And we are spreading that knowledge back into the way we train, and that is also going back into the way that we adapt and develop our doctrine. And some of the most obvious examples have been touched on when it comes to the business of targeting, to the business of battlefield damage assessment, and interestingly, into the art of military deception. So it's how you turn some of the agentic slop into adversarial slip-up is just one of the facets of how we seek to exploit this. And that's happening now on operations and back into training. But given that AI delivers the cognitive advantage above all else, our view is that the greatest promise for overmatching an adversary lies in our ability to augment command and decision-making abilities, and especially by speeding up what I would call the boring but important business of making sense of the live data, of finding those weak signals in the noise long before the human would detect them, of crunching the numbers and working out the art of the possible in time and space. And that, for the uninitiated, is just called military planning. Or as one of my officers, Riley, forecast when seeing the power of agentic AI being applied to a military problem, just concluded, I've got it, boss. G5 planners just become prompt engineers, don't they? And there's a power in that. We've also seen the power of this AI to ramp up our use of simulation and digital twinning to support decision-making as well as mission execution. So to my mind, there is no question that the UK military decision-making process will undergo profound change quickly. Planning as a process, I think, will move from one of cautious speculation ahead of time using lag data and some masterful assumptions to near confident prediction in near real time, increasingly using live data. And the challenge, as you've heard from a number of the speakers, but most presently from the Army Sergeant Major, is the challenge for the commander, whether that's a Lance Corporal or a 4-star Army Group commander, is to keep up and get ahead and not be the brake on tempo. And so while I have in the past spoken to how AI is helping us increase our lethality and our fighting power, it should come as no surprise to you that we are also looking out for other areas where AI can solve our problem. So there are interventions as we speak on the process of recruiting and retention, around individual and collective training outcomes and methods, as well as gaining insights into some of the deep cultural and behavioral changes that we need to bring about in our army. So there is a lot of AI love going around the force at the moment. To that end, we are developing a deliberate plan for upskilling our workforce. I would love to say we are implementing a comprehensive plan, but at least we are coming up with a deliberate plan. And as a bare minimum, we need our people to be able to ask the right questions of the AI. And this, we believe, lies at the heart of a trust but verify approach to AI adoption. So we will train our models hand in hand with how and when we train our people. So the Executive Committee of the Army Board, that is the sort of high-level decision-making and strategic body that governs the Army on behalf of the government, recently gave the Army AI Centre the authority to cohere and govern AI adoption across the command in all of the pillars that we're seeking. And what we express to them as a board is that we have a very high ambition for a very highly autonomous system. and that we really do want to go that far to test the boundaries of what is acceptable and what is not. So in parallel, off their own back, Director Army Legal Services and the Chaplain General have begun to look at the very foundations of the legal, policy, moral and ethical frameworks that govern the use of force to work out the implications of a highly autonomous system of AI within that. And so that brings me to the second lens, really that of the ethical and legal implications of AI and leadership. So I don't think this is uniquely a challenge to artificial intelligence. I think throughout history, every time in the business of war you've come across a major technological leap, it has necessitated a reevaluation of our legal frameworks and our ethical codes. So from the introduction of gunpowder to aerial bombardment, and more recently to cyber warfare, we've had to grapple with new questions around accountability, proportionality, and distinction when it comes to the business of force. However, arguably, the unique nature of artificial intelligence as a science and where it might go to, with its capacity for autonomous decision-making, which we touched on towards the back end of the last panel, and its potential to operate at speeds far exceeding human cognition, presents perhaps a novel and a uniquely profound challenge. So understanding leadership and artificial intelligence is simply not critical for those of us in the profession of arms, but it is arguably vital for every arm of the professions. From the linguists to the logisticians to the lawyers, I think the rapid adoption of AI is beginning to build a bow wave of realization of just how profoundly it will impact what we are asked to do. So whether as societies, economies, or in our case as armies, we are well across the threshold already of a generational shift. And for some, it will mean evolution of how they do their business, and for some too, it will mean professional extension. So, I can assure you, we are absolutely committed to ensuring that any AI system used in combat operates within the bounds of international humanitarian law. And we will use it to uphold the principles of distinction, proportionality, and necessity. And this means robust human oversight at critical decision-making points, very clear and understood rules of engagement, and comprehensive ethical training for all personnel involved in the development, deployment, and operation of systems that use artificial intelligence. What we plan to do, and we agreed this at ECAB, is to adopt a switch system, effectively to have a safe mode and then a war mode. The safe mode is our approach to our fighting system and peacetime. It's AI in training as well as training the AI. And it's where the human essentially has to say yes to every prompt so that the machine learns from us about what our legal, policy, moral, and ethical boundaries are. The downside of that safe mode is in training a huge amount of unrealistic drag on decision making. War mode, we think, will be different. That point, you switch, and the role of the human is to say no to the prompt. And we will have the confidence in the models behind the agentic AI because we train them, much like we train a soldier or any body of soldiers in peacetime to use lethal force within the guardrails that we set them. And in that sense, AI is no exception. But this point has been made, and I want to reinforce it again. Leaders will need to understand the science and the technology of their fighting system, not just the tactical employment of that lethality. And so that really brings me to the third lens, which is leaders imposing their will on the artificial intelligence. So in reimagining, I think the processes that underpin military leadership and command and decision-making, we can certainly see quickly the AI evolving from a supportive assistant to a sophisticated cognitive partner. Indeed, I think such will be the volume and complexity of information that a leader will struggle to keep up without one. And we are within touching distance, measured in months, to a fielded command post where agentic AI is processing real-time sensor data from thousands of distinct and discrete sources, predicting enemy actions and the systemic vulnerabilities of their system with high probability, assessing the optimal blend of defeat mechanisms to achieve any desired given effect, calculating the options for the allocation of the assets based on an accurate picture of the stocks and dispositions of the forces in the battlefield, to the point where it will be suggesting high-fidelity courses of action based on thousands of war-gamed time, speed, distance combinations, and doing that in a matter of seconds through a single pane of glass. And that is only a few months away for the Allied Rapid Reaction Corps. This, I think, will give commanders an unprecedented clarity and depth of understanding. Of course, it is going to allow them to see further, to understand more, and to react faster. And all of that is buying time. The potential to reduce uncertainty, to mitigate the friendly fire incidents, and to achieve the decisive outcomes with greater efficiencies is immense. AI can act as an indispensable cognitive amplifier, enabling leaders to manage a far more complex operational picture than would be possible through human cognition alone. Importantly, I think it can free up the mental bandwidth, allowing leaders to focus on the higher order tasks of strategy, intent, and the human factors that remain crucial to success. And I think this is what Daniel Kahneman spoke to about fast thinking and slow thinking. There is more time for the slow thinking, which is inherently what our human leaders need to do. However, and this is a point of profound importance, the weight of those decisions will, indeed must, continue to be for the human to bear. So no matter how sophisticated the AI becomes, I think the ultimate responsibility for ordering and leading troops into harm's way, for authorizing the use of lethal force through the command authority they have, and for ultimately accepting all the consequences of those actions will rest with human leaders. The ethical and the moral burden of command is a uniquely human one. And the decision to commit those lives, to engage in conflict, or to withdraw from it is ultimately a human one. And it is steeped in values, experience, and a profound understanding of the human cost of war. So AI can provide the data, it can give us the analysis, and it can help with the recommendations. But what it can't do is imbue a commander with the moral courage, the empathy, or the strategic wisdom that defines leadership. And so to Field Marshal Bill Slim, he of the 14th Army, fame in World War II, and later a CGS. And he said this: leadership is of the spirit, compounded of personality and vision. Its practice is an art. Management is of the mind, more a matter of accurate calculation, of statistics, of methods, timetables, and routine, and its practice is a science. Managers are necessary, and leaders are essential. And although he predated AI even as a theoretical science, perhaps his wisdom foretells of the line between where we want the AI to work and what we expect to remain firmly in the domain of the human. So to echo Bill's hymn, AI may be necessary, but leadership will remain essential. And therefore our focus, and therefore I welcome this conference and the subject and the attention this is now getting, must therefore be on cultivating leaders who can effectively leverage AI. Leaders who are masters of this technology, not subservient to it. Leaders who can discern the signal from the noise, who can trust their own judgment when the algorithms begin to falter, and ultimately who can maintain the human connection with the soldiers that is essential to morale and mission success. And as Alan Brown put it earlier today, AI can be a powerful tool, but it cannot build trust, foster collaboration, or navigate the complex social dynamics, all of which are essential for effective leadership. Empathy, emotional intelligence, and the ability to inspire and motivate, and the capacity for critical thinking and ethical decision-making remains central to effective leadership and firmly in the human domain. And so, in conclusion, after a long day, please be in no doubt about 3 critical realities for us today in the British Army. Firstly, we recognise that AI will fundamentally transform the business of command, and it will demand our leaders to adapt to an operational environment of unprecedented scale, speed, and complexity. So our approach is one of deliberate and aligned adoption, seeking to harness the potential of this science whilst diligently mitigating its inherent risks. The strategic integration is not a matter of choice, but a necessity for maintaining our operational edge. So secondly, we are, rightly so, grappling and considering the profound ethical and legal implications that accompany the integration of artificial intelligence into our fighting system, both for combat as well as for peacetime. We are committed to ensuring that AI use firmly remains within the bounds of international humanitarian law and our own robust ethical frameworks. We want to actively navigate those challenges through rigorous testing, continuous assessment, testing those boundaries, and that's the way we will build trust in those whose name we operate, as well as our allies. And finally, I think we have begun to reflect on the future of leadership itself. And whilst AI will undoubtedly serve as a powerful cognitive assistant, as the Army Sergeant Major says, augmenting and extending our commanders' capabilities, the ultimate weight of life and death choices will and must always reside with human leaders. And therefore, our focus remains on developing leaders who can master this technology and not be mastered by it. Leaders who can wield it as a tool whilst retaining the authority, strategic wisdom, and human connection that defines command. And by embracing these principles, we are confident that we will ensure the British Army continues to lead with courage, with integrity, and an unparalleled effectiveness in the age of artificial intelligence. And thank you for your help in coming on the journey with us.
So thank you. General, we're grateful for your insights and thoughtful words this afternoon. Your presence and support is hugely valued and appreciated. So, conference, an online conference, I'm sure you'll agree, there's been a lot of food for thought, and a number of our speakers have left a number of different themes out there. My difficult task is to follow the CGS and try and summarise these into sort of 4 key themes. Firstly, history proves one thing: technology evolves, but leadership remains decisive. AI can analyse data and predict outcomes, but it cannot inspire trust or uphold values. That's our role. Think of Bletchley Park. Machines crack codes, but human leaders turned intelligence into victory. Today, the same truth applies. Ethics, knowledge, and purposeful action will maximise the potential of AI. Secondly, artificial intelligence as a force multiplier, not a replacement for human judgment. AI can streamline planning and decision-making, but human judgment, mission command, and ethical leadership remain central to operational success for the British Army. AI can reveal the landscape, but it cannot choose the destination. Great leaders treat it as a compass that informs, but not commands, keeping direction rooted in human judgment and values. Despite its efficiency, AI remains a tool. Nothing more, nothing less. AI lacks perspective and experience. Leaders bring a personality and authenticity no machine can replace. And thirdly, preserve the human relationships of leadership. Leadership in the British Army is based on a bedrock of values and standards. We must use AI to enhance, not replace, the relationships that underpin our moral components of fighting power. And fourthly, leaders shape artificial intelligence impact. Despite AI's ability to increase information flow and enhance decision-making, outcomes still hinge on empowered, connected teams and strong leadership. Bridging the gap between machine outputs and human decisions is critical. Leaders in organisations that foster trust, clarity and collaboration will unlock AI's true potential. And so to conclude, artificial intelligence reminds us of a timeless truth. Leadership matters. Both AI and human leaders stand on three pillars: character, knowledge, and action. For leaders, character is our values and behaviours. For AI, it's ethical design. Knowledge gives leaders judgment, and AI, it's data-driven insights. Action turns intent into reality, whether through orders or algorithms. But here's the warning. Ethics without knowledge is noble, but ineffective. Knowledge without ethics is powerful, but dangerous. And action without both is chaos. So whether human or machine, true leadership demands balance. Values, knowledge, and purposeful action. Without it, trust collapse, and so does effectiveness. So finally, I'd like to extend my gratitude to our speakers, our moderators and panellists for their valuable insights, to Chatham House for hosting us and the team for their assistance, and to everyone that made today possible, including our sponsors, AITC, the Ledge, the NCO Academy, the Centre for Army Leadership Fellows, Centre for Army Leadership Activists, and our volunteers. And finally, a special thanks to our Centre of Army Leadership team, that wonderful small group of military and civilian folk whose passion, creativity and professionalism has been outstanding. There's plenty more work for the CAL to do, as we've heard today, but we'll be back for another conference next year. Until then, thank you very much and goodbye.